You step into the great hall of Ashford Manor on a bitter January morning in the year 1247, and immediately your eyes begin to water. The acrid smoke that fills the vast stone chamber clings to everything: the tapestries, the wooden tables, the very air you breathe. This is not the cozy fireplace warmth you might imagine from romantic tales of medieval life. This is the harsh reality of heating a medieval manor house before the chimney became commonplace, and it is a story of constant struggle, ingenious adaptation, and the daily battle against cold that shaped every aspect of medieval existence. Sir Geoffrey de Ashford awakens this morning, as he has every winter morning for the past 15 years, to the sound of his servants stoking the central hearth that dominates the middle of his great hall. The massive stone-lined pit, measuring nearly 8 feet across, contains the glowing remnants of last night's fire oak logs that have been carefully banked with ash to keep the coals alive through the dark hours. But even with this central fire burning continuously, the temperature in the hall hovers around a mere 17 degrees Celsius, barely above what we would consider uncomfortably cold today. The smoke from this central hearth has no modern chimney to guide it safely away. Instead, it rises slowly through the frigid air, swirling and eddying in the drafts that penetrate every corner of the stone building, before eventually finding its way out through a simple opening in the roof called a louvre. This crude ventilation system means that everyone in the hall, lord, lady, servants, and guests' lives in a constant haze of wood smoke that irritates their eyes, coats their lungs, and penetrates every fiber of their clothing. Lady Margaret de Ashford descends from the solar, the private chamber above the hall where she and her husband sleep, wrapped in a thick woolen cloak lined with squirrel fur. Even in this supposedly warmer upper room, ice has formed on the inside of the shuttered windows during the night. The stone walls, 2 feet thick and designed to withstand siege warfare, act as massive heat sinks, absorbing what little warmth the fire produces and radiating cold back into the living spaces. The stones themselves never truly warm up during winter, remaining perpetually cold to the touch and drawing heat from any human body that approaches them. The daily routine of maintaining warmth begins before dawn. Young Thomas, the hall servant, has been awake since 4 in the morning, carefully feeding the central fire with seasoned oak and beech logs. This is not a simple task of throwing wood onto flames. Each log must be positioned precisely to ensure proper airflow, to minimize smoke production, and to maximize heat output. Too much wood at once will create a smoky, smoldering mess that fills the hall with choking fumes. Too little and the fire will die, leaving everyone to face the brutal cold of an unheated stone building in the depths of winter. The mathematics of medieval heating are brutally simple and impossibly demanding. To maintain even this marginal level of warmth in a great hall requires approximately 50 kilograms of hardwood per day, nearly 110 pounds of carefully seasoned timber that must be cut, split, dried, and carried into the building. During the depths of winter, when the household desires to raise the temperature from the usual 15 to 17 degrees Celsius to a more comfortable 20 degrees, the wood consumption doubles. This means that maintaining adequate heating for just this one room requires the equivalent of 18.5 tons of wood over the course of a typical winter season. The logistics of this fuel consumption dominate medieval manor life in ways that would be unimaginable to modern people. Every 12.5 minutes throughout the day, someone must carry armloads of wood from the storage areas to the central hearth. Young Thomas, who can manage about 5 kilograms of wood in each trip, finds himself making this journey constantly. His day is structured entirely around the demands of the fire. His hands are permanently blackened with soot and ash, his clothes permeated with the smell of wood smoke, his lungs gradually darkening with the particulate matter he breathes with every breath. The smoke that fills the hall is not merely an inconvenient sit, it is a serious health hazard that affects every person who lives and works in the building. Medieval people accepted levels of air pollution that would be considered dangerous by modern standards. The particulate matter from wood smoke contains benzopyrenes, aldehydes, and other compounds that irritate the respiratory system and contribute to what medieval physicians called winter cough, a persistent respiratory ailment that affected nearly everyone who lived in smoke-filled buildings. Archaeological evidence from medieval sites consistently shows elevated levels of particulate matter embedded in the walls and floors of buildings with central hearths. Measurements taken in reconstructed medieval buildings using historically appropriate heating methods have recorded air quality levels that would trigger immediate health warnings in any modern city. The inhabitants of Ashford Manor live daily with air pollution levels that exceed by several times what the World Health Organization considers safe for human exposure. The social hierarchy of the manor becomes clearly visible in the distribution of warmth throughout the building. Sir Geoffrey and Lady Margaret, as the noble owners, occupy positions closest to the central fire during meals and important gatherings. The high table where they dine sits on a raised platform that places them both nearer to the fire and slightly above the worst of the smoke, which tends to settle in the lower areas of the hall before rising through the Louvre. Their chairs are positioned to take advantage of radiant heat from the flames, while wooden screens behind them help to block the worst of the drafts. The household servants, peasants who work on the manor, and occasional travelers occupy increasingly distant positions from the central heat source. Those who sit at the far ends of the long tables that stretch down the length of the hall find themselves in spaces where the fire's warmth barely penetrates, where the stone walls radiate cold continuously, and where the accumulation of smoke creates an environment that wavers between uncomfortable and genuinely hazardous to health. As evening approaches and the household gathers for the main meal of the day, the challenges of heating without a chimney become even more apparent. The cooking fires in the separate kitchen building a stone structure built apart from the main hall specifically to reduce fire. Risk requires their own substantial fuel supplies. The food arrives at the high table already cooling in the frigid air, and diners must eat quickly before their meals grow cold in the unheated atmosphere. The night brings its own particular miseries. As the household retires to their sleeping quarters, the central fire is banked but not extinguished. The risk of letting it die completely is too great as rekindling a fire in the cold, damp air of winter morning requires significant time and effort. But this careful maintenance of the fire means that someone must remain awake throughout the night to tend it, feeding it just enough fuel to keep it alive without creating dangerous levels of smoke or risking an uncontrolled blaze. The sleeping arrangements reflect the harsh realities of heating without chimneys. Sir Geoffrey and Lady Margaret retreat to their solar, but even this private chamber remains largely unheated except for a small braziera metal container filled with glowing coals carried up from the main fire. This brazier provides minimal warmth but poses constant dangers: the risk of carbon monoxide poisoning in the enclosed space, the possibility of setting bedding or clothing alight, and the inevitable cooling of the coals that leaves the chamber. Freezing cold by morning, most of the household servants sleep in the hall itself, bedding down on straw mattresses placed as close to the central hearth as safety permits. They sleep fully clothed, wrapped in woolen blankets and cloaks, sometimes sharing sleeping spaces to combine body heat. The stone floor beneath them radiates cold upward throughout the night, and many awaken with joints stiff from the combination of cold and the hard sleeping surface. But perhaps the most telling indicator of the challenges posed by heating without chimneys lies in the seasonal rhythms that govern medieval life. Unlike modern people, who maintain relatively consistent indoor temperatures year-round, medieval manor households live in harmony with the seasons in ways that would be considered primitive today. Winter is not simply a season to be endured in warm comfort. It is a time of fundamental adaptation, when human activity slows to conserve energy and resources, when social gatherings become briefer and more purposeful. when the very structure of daily life bends around the enormous challenges of staying warm. Yet, even as the smoke continues to swirl through the great hall of Ashford Manor, even as Sir Geoffrey contemplates the enormous expense of importing more seasoned wood from his distant forests, even as Lady Margaret coughs softly into her linen kerchief, stained gray with particulate matter, there are whispers beginning to spread through the noble households of England about a revolutionary innovation that promises to transform the way people heat their homes. In Paris, they say, and in some of the greater castles of Normandy, wealthy lords have begun installing strange new devices called chimney flues, stone passages built into the walls that carry smoke away from fireplaces without filling the room with dangerous fumes. But such innovations seem impossibly expensive and complex, and winter is long, and the fire burns on, and the smoke continues to rise through the cold stone halls, where medieval England struggles to stay warm against the endless winter dark. The winter of 1247 deepens around Ashford Manor, and with it comes a series of challenges that test every aspect of Sir Geoffrey's carefully planned heating strategies. The simple act of keeping warm without a chimney reveals itself to be far more complex than merely maintaining a fire. It demands a sophisticated understanding of airflow, fuel management, and the delicate balance between heat production and smoke control that separates comfortable survival from dangerous catastrophe. Master William the Carpenter, Sir Geoffrey's most trusted craftsman, stands in the great hall examining the central hearth with the critical eye of a man who has spent 30 years perfecting the art of fire management. His weathered hands trace the stone edges of the fire pit, checking for cracks that might allow precious heat to escape into the earth below. Inspecting the iron grate that holds the burning logs at the optimal height for air circulation. This hearth represents the culmination of centuries of trial and error, a technology refined through generations of medieval engineers who understood that the difference between life and death in winter might depend on the precise positioning of a few carefully chosen stones. The construction of this central hearth follows principles that would not be out of place in a modern engineering manual. The stone lining, carefully selected from local limestone quarries, has been chosen not merely for its availability, but for its thermal properties. Limestone stores heat efficiently and releases it slowly, creating a thermal mass that continues to radiate warmth long after the flames have died down. The stones are fitted without mortar in the lower sections, allowing air to flow between them and preventing the buildup of moisture that could cause cracking in freeze-thaw cycles. Beneath the visible stone circle lies a more complex system that speaks to the sophisticated understanding medieval builders possessed of combustion principles. The hearth sits atop a carefully constructed foundation of smaller stones and clay, designed to provide insulation that prevents ground moisture from rising into the fire area, while simultaneously creating air passages that feed oxygen to the flames from below. This subfloor air supply system ensures that fires burn hot and clean, minimizing the production of smoke while maximizing heat output. Master William explains to his young apprentice, Peter, the critical importance of wood selection and preparation, knowledge that represents the accumulated wisdom of countless generations of fire tenders. Oak logs, aged for a minimum of 2 years, provide the longest burning and hottest fires, but they must be split to precise dimensions. Too large, and they will smolder rather than burn cleanly. Too small, and they will consume too quickly, requiring constant attention. The ideal oak log for the central hearth measures exactly 18 inches in length and no more than 4 inches in diameter, dimensions that allow for proper air circulation while providing substantial burning time. But oak alone cannot meet all the heating needs of the manor. Different woods serve different purposes in the carefully orchestrated symphony of medieval fire management. Beech logs provide intense heat quickly. It's perfect for the morning rekindling when the hall temperature has dropped dangerously low during the night. Ash burns cleanly with minimal smoke, making it ideal for daytime use when the hall is occupied by people working, eating, or conducting business. Pine and other resinous woods are avoided entirely in the central hearth. Their high sap content creates excessive smoke and dangerous sparks that pose fire hazards in the dry winter environment. The process of wood preparation begins months before winter arrives, requiring careful planning and substantial labor investment. Sir Geoffrey's foresters identify and mark trees for cutting in early spring, selecting specimens that have reached optimal maturity but show no signs of disease or insect damage. The cutting takes place in late spring when the sap is no longer taked. It's no longer rising, ensuring that the wood will dry properly over the summer months. Each tree must be felled, limbed, cut into sections, split, and then stacked in carefully constructed ricks that allow air circulation while protecting the wood from summer rains. Young Peter learns that the art of wood stacking is itself a critical skill. Properly stacked wood dries evenly and thoroughly, reaching the optimal moisture content of 15 to 20% by autumn. Improperly stacked wood retains moisture, creating the smoky, smoldering fires that fill rooms with dangerous fumes and provide inadequate heat. The ricks must be positioned to take advantage of prevailing winds while avoiding areas where water might collect during storms. They must be high enough to prevent ground moisture from rising into the wood, but not so high that they become unstable or difficult to access during winter weather. As winter progresses, the daily management of the central hearth becomes an increasingly complex undertaking that requires constant attention and sophistication. Technical knowledge. The fire cannot simply be allowed to burn at will. It must be actively managed throughout each day to provide optimal heat, while minimizing smoke production. This management begins before dawn with the careful process of rekindling the banked coals, a procedure that can take more than an hour to complete properly. Thomas, the hall servant, approaches the darkened hearth armed with carefully prepared materials: fine, dry tinder made from charred linen or birch bark, slightly larger kindlings split from resinous pine or birch, and small hardwood sticks no thicker than a man's thumb. The banked coals, buried beneath ash to preserve them through the night, must be carefully uncovered without disturbing their arrangement or allowing too much ash to fall through the grate. A few glowing coals are selected and moved to a clear area of the hearth where they are gently blown upon to encourage flames. The tinder is introduced gradually, allowing it to catch fire without smothering the coals. The kindling follows, carefully arranged to create air passage to the growing flames. Only when a substantial bed of flames has been established can the larger hardwood logs be added, and even then they must be positioned with scientific precision. Logs placed too close together will restrict airflow and create smoke. Logs placed too far apart will not maintain the sustained heat necessary to warm the enormous volume of the great hall. Throughout the day, the fire requires constant monitoring and adjustment. The morning rekindling produces intense heat that must be carefully managed to avoid overheating the hall during the warmer midday hours. As afternoon approaches and the temperature begins to drop, additional logs must be added in precise sequence to maintain steady heat output. The evening banking process reverses the morning procedure, carefully arranging partially burned logs and covering them with ash to preserve coals for the next day's rekindling. But the central hearth represents only one component of the manor's complex heating system. Lady Margaret oversees a network of smaller heat sources that provide targeted warmth for specific activities and locations throughout the building. Braziers portable. Metal containers designed to hold glowing coals can be carried to different rooms as needed, providing localized heat for activities such as sewing, writing, or private conversations. These braziers require their own fuel supply of specially prepared charcoal, created by slowly burning hardwood in oxygen-restricted conditions to produce a smokeless flint's long-burning fuel. The production of charcoal represents another layer of technical Complexity in the manor's heating infrastructure. Sir Geoffrey's charcoal makers, working in the forests that surround the manor, construct carefully designed earth kilns where hardwood is burned under precisely controlled conditions. Too much. Oxygen produces ordinary wood ash. Too little oxygen prevents combustion entirely. The process requires constant monitoring over several days, with skilled operators making minute adjustments to air intake, based on the color and quantity of smoke emerging from the kiln. The finished charcoal burns with intense heat while producing minimal smoke, making it ideal for use in enclosed spaces. But charcoal production consumes enormous quantities of wood. Approximately 4 tons of hardwood are required to produce 1 ton of finished charcoal. This means that the braziers and small heating devices throughout the manor represent an even greater investment in fuel and labor than the central hearth itself. As February arrives and the winter reaches its deepest intensity, the true complexity of heating Ashford Manor without chimneys becomes apparent in the daily routines that govern every aspect of household life. The morning begins at 4 o'clock when Thomas rises to rekindle the central hearth. By 5 o'clock, the kitchen servants have begun preparing the braziers needed for cooking and food preparation. By 6 o'clock, additional servants are distributing portable heat sources throughout the building, carefully positioning them to provide warmth for the day's activities while avoiding fire hazards. The fuel consumption during these peak winter months reaches staggering proportions. The manor burns through nearly 2 tons of hardwood per week, requiring a dedicated team of servants whose sole responsibility is fuel preparation and distribution. Trees that took decades to grow are consumed in days. The surrounding forests, which seemed inexhaustible in summer, begin to show signs of depletion as the winter demands outstrip the natural regeneration capacity of the woodland ecosystem. Yet, even with this enormous investment in fuel and labor, even with the sophisticated engineering of the central hearth and the careful management of supplementary heat sources, the people of Ashford Manor remain perpetually cold. The stone walls continue to radiate chill. The floors remain numbingly cold beneath layers of rushes and woolen carpets. The higher reaches of the great hall, where the smoke gathers before escaping through the roof louver, remain so cold that water left standing overnight will freeze solid and still. The smoke continues to fill every room, every corridor, every corner of the building. Still, the inhabitants cough and wheeze through the particulate haze that colors their world in shades of gray and brown. Still, they live with air quality that would be considered dangerous in any modern environment, their lungs slowly darkening with the accumulated deposits of a lifetime spent breathing wood smoke in poorly ventilated spaces. But as Master William instructs young Peter in the final adjustments to the central hearth, as he explains the precise angle at which logs must be positioned to achieve optimal burn characteristics, he speaks also of rumors that drift down from the great castles of northern France, where builders have begun experimenting with a revolutionary innovation that promises to transform the entire science of domestic heating. These new devices, called chimneys in the French tongue, consist of stone passages built directly into walls, designed to carry smoke away from fires without filling rooms with dangerous fumes. The concept seems almost too wonderful to believe. Fires that burn without smoke, heat without pollution, warmth without the constant struggle against suffocating air. But such innovations remain distant dreams for most medieval households. Complex and expensive technologies that require skilled stonemasons and substantial financial resources. For now, for the people of Ashford Manor and countless others like them, winter remains a season of endurance, a time when survival depends on the careful management of smoke and flame, on the endless struggle to balance warmth against breathability, on the ancient and imperfect art of heating homes without chimneys, in a world where cold can kill and fire brings both salvation and suffering in equal measure. Spring arrives at Ashford Manor in the year 1248 with a mixture of relief and reckoning that characterizes the end of every medieval winter. As the last snows melt and the first green shoots appear in Lady Margaret's herb garden, the true cost of surviving another season without chimneys becomes visible in ways both immediate and profound. The Great Hall, which has served as the family's refuge from winter's bite for the past 6 months, bears the accumulated scars of smoke and soot that tell the story of medieval heating in indelible detail. The stone walls, this pale gray limestone, quarried from Sir Geoffrey's own lands, have darkened to a deep charcoal color from the waterline upward, stained by months of wood smoke that no amount of spring cleaning can fully remove. The timber beams that support the hall's soaring roof have turned black with accumulated soot, and the tapestries that hang along the walls, once brilliant with reds and blues and golds, have faded to muddy browns and grays that speak of the particulate matter that has settled into every fiber throughout the winter months. But the physical damage to the building represents only the most visible aspect of the price. Paid for heating without chimneys. Master William, conducting his annual spring inspection of the manor's infrastructure, discovers more troubling evidence of winter's toll. The iron grate at the center of the Great Hall, subjected to months of intense heat cycles, shows hairline cracks that will require replacement before next winter. The stone lining of the central hearth has shifted slightly, loosened by the expansion and contraction of countless heating and cooling cycles. Most concerning of all, the wooden roof structure directly above the fire pit shows signs of charring. That suggests the constant exposure to heat and sparks has begun to compromise the building's structural integrity. The human cost proves even more sobering as the household emerges from winter's confines. Lady Margaret's persistent cough, which began in December as a minor irritation, has developed into a chronic condition that leaves her breathless after climbing the stairs to the solar. Young Peter, Master William's apprentice, shows signs of what medieval physicians call black lung, a darkening of the fingernails and lips that indicates prolonged exposure to wood smoke and particulate matter. Most of the manor's servants display similar symptoms: persistent respiratory problems, frequent eye infections, and a grayish pallor that speaks of months spent breathing polluted air in poorly ventilated spaces. The economic impact of the winters heating demands becomes apparent as Sir Geoffrey reviews his accounts with Brother Marcus, the literate monk who serves as the manor's record keeper. The consumption of 18.5 tons of hardwood has stripped entire sections of the manor's forests, requiring the purchase of additional fuel from neighboring estates at prices that represent a substantial portion of the year's agricultural income. The cost of maintaining the heating system wages for the servants who tend fires constantly, replacement of damaged equipment, medical care for those suffering from smoke-related ailments, to nearly 30% of the manor's total operating expenses. But beyond these immediate costs lies a more fundamental challenge that speaks to the limitations of pre-chimney heating technology. The manor's forests, which have provided fuel for generations, show clear signs of overexploitation. Trees that once grew tall and straight now struggle to mature before being harvested for fuel. The undergrowth that supports wildlife and prevents soil erosion has been stripped away in the desperate search for kindling and tinder. The careful balance between human needs and natural regeneration that sustained previous generations has been disrupted by the enormous fuel demands of heating stone buildings through harsh medieval winters. As summer progresses and Sir Geoffrey contemplates preparations for the coming winter, he finds himself facing a series of difficult decisions that illustrate the broader challenges confronting medieval society in its struggle to stay warm without chimneys. The traditional sources of fuel are becoming inadequate, requiring either the expensive importation of wood from distant forests or the exploration of alternative heating methods that might reduce consumption while maintaining adequate warmth. It Is during this period of reflection and planning that Sir Geoffrey receives a visitor who will fundamentally alter his understanding of domestic heating possibilities. Master Robert de Montfort, a stonemason from the court of King Henry III, arrives at Ashford Manor carrying plans and sketches that represent the latest innovations in heating technology from the great castles of England and France. The documents he unfolds on the high table in the great hall depict something that seems almost miraculous to medieval eyes. Fireplaces built directly into walls, with stone passages called chimneys that carry smoke safely away from living spaces while maximizing heat output. Master Robert explains the principles behind this revolutionary technology with the enthusiasm of an engineer describing a breakthrough that will transform civilization. The wall fireplace concentrates heat in a specific direction rather than radiating it uselessly in all directions as central hearths do. The chimney creates a natural draft that draws smoke upward and outward, eliminating the pollution that has plagued every previous heating system. Most remarkably, the entire apparatus can be constructed using local stone and traditional masonry techniques, requiring no exotic materials or impossibly complex engineering. The potential benefits seem almost too good to believe. Reduced fuel consumption, perhaps as much as 50% less would required for equivalent heat output. Elimination of indoor air pollution and the health problems associated with smoke exposure. Greater fire safety through the containment of flames within stone-lined fireboxes. More efficient heating that allows for smaller, more comfortable living spaces rather than the vast cold halls necessitated by central hearth systems. But the costs prove equally daunting. Master Robert's estimates suggest that installing a complete chimney and fireplace system in the Great Hall would require the labor of 6 skilled stonemasons working for 3 months, using approximately 40 tons of cut stone and consuming wages equivalent to the annual income of 2 prosperous farms. Additional fireplaces for other rooms in the manor would multiply these costs substantially, representing an investment that would strain even a wealthy lord's financial resources. The technical challenges prove equally complex. Unlike the simple stone-lined pit of a central hearth, a chimney requires precise engineering to function properly. The flue must be sized correctly to create adequate draft without allowing excessive heat loss. The fireplace opening must be proportioned to ensure complete combustion while preventing smoke from entering the room. The entire structure must be integrated into the existing building without compromising structural integrity or creating new fire hazards. As autumn approaches and the first frost warnings arrive, Sir Geoffrey faces a decision that encapsulates the broader challenges confronting medieval society as it stands on the threshold of a heating revolution. The traditional methods that have served his family for generations are proving increasingly inadequate, both economically and environmentally unsustainable. Yet the new technologies that promise to solve these problems require investments and expertise that place them beyond the reach of most medieval households. The choice he makes will ripple through generations. If he commits to installing the new chimney system, Ashford Manor will join the vanguard of medieval heating innovation, setting an example that will influence building practices throughout the region. The improved comfort and reduced fuel consumption will make the manor more attractive to visitors and more profitable to operate. The elimination of smoke pollution will improve the health and productivity of everyone who lives and works in the building. But if he chooses to continue with the traditional central hearth system, the manor will remain trapped in the increasingly unsustainable cycle of high fuel consumption, poor air quality, and limited heating efficiency that characterizes pre-chimney technology. The forests that surround the manor will continue to be stripped of mature timber. The household will continue to suffer from the respiratory ailments associated with constant smoke exposure. The building itself will continue to deteriorate under the accumulated damage of soot and heat as winter approaches once again. As Thomas begins the familiar process of preparing and stacking wood for another season of smoke-filled heating, as Lady Margaret orders additional woolen clothing to compensate for the inevitable cold that will penetrate every corner of the manor despite their best efforts. The people of Ashford Manor stand at a crossroads that will define not only their personal comfort, but their place in the great transformation of medieval society. The decision, sir, Geoffrey ultimately makes whether to embrace the revolutionary promise of chimney technology or to continue with the familiar but failing methods of traditional heating will determine whether Ashford Manor becomes part of the solution to medieval Europe's heating crisis or remains trapped in the endless struggle to keep warm without chimneys, breathing smoke and burning forests in the ancient and increasingly desperate battle against winter's relentless cold. In the end, the choice reflects a fundamental truth about technological progress. Innovation arrives not as a sudden revelation, but as a gradual recognition that the old ways, however familiar and comfortable, can no longer meet the growing demands of a changing world. The smoke that rises from Ashford Manor's central hearth carries with it not only the particulate matter of burning wood, but the dreams and fears of a society learning to imagine new possibilities for human comfort and survival in an unforgiving natural world. In the city of Aquis-sous-Liégeois, you know today as Bath, England, the year is 378 CE. And Marcus Flavius Aquilus awakens in his villa to a luxury that will be forgotten for nearly 1,000 years. As his bare feet touch the floor of his bedroom, he feels not the shocking cold of stone or wood that will characterize medieval living, but warmth that rises gently from below, enveloping his body in comfortable heat that seems to emanate from the very earth itself. This is the hypocaust, the Roman art of underfloor heating, and it represents perhaps the most sophisticated domestic heating technology developed before the modern era. Marcus, a wealthy merchant who has grown rich importing amphora of olive oil and wine from Gaul, takes this warmth entirely for granted, as do tens of thousands of Romans living in the northern provinces of the empire. The hypocaust system that heats his villa is not a luxury reserved for emperors or the super wealthy. It is standard technology as common in prosperous Roman homes as central heating is in modern houses. Yet within a century of Marcus's comfortable morning, this remarkable technology will have vanished so completely from European civilization that medieval people will live in conditions that would have seemed primitive and barbaric to any Roman citizen. The villa of Marcus Flavius Aquilus sits on a hillside overlooking the sacred springs that have made Aquis-sous-Liégeois famous throughout the empire. From his bedroom window, he can see the great temple complex where visitors from across Britain and Gaul come to bathe in waters heated naturally by geothermal springs. But the heat that warms his private residence comes not from natural hot springs, but from one of the most ingenious heating systems ever devised by human engineering, a complex network of underground chambers, air passages, and flues that distributes heat evenly throughout the building while maintaining precise temperature control in every room. The hypocaust system beneath Marcus's villa represents the culmination of centuries of Roman engineering innovation. The technology began in the 1st century BCE with simple underfloor heating in bathhouses. But by the 4th century CE, it had evolved into a sophisticated climate control system that could heat entire buildings with remarkable efficiency and comfort. The basic principle remains elegant in its simplicity. A furnace burns fuel in a chamber below the building, creating hot air and combustion gases that circulate through a network of passages beneath the floors and within the walls, warming the living spaces above, before finally exiting through carefully positioned flues. But the actual construction of a Roman hypocaust reveals engineering sophistication that would not be matched again until the Renaissance. Marcus's villa sits atop a carefully engineered foundation system that consists of multiple layers, each designed to optimize heat distribution while preventing moisture problems that could damage the structure. The lowest level contains the prefernium, The furnace chamber, where slaves tend fires that burn continuously throughout the winter months. These furnaces are marvels of combustion engineering, designed to burn wood, charcoal, or even coal with maximum efficiency and minimal smoke production. Above the furnace level lies the suspensory, a forest of small brick or stone pillars called pylai that support the floor of the villa while creating spaces for hot air circulation. These pillars, typically about 2 feet high and spaced at regular intervals throughout the building, are not randomly positioned but carefully engineered to create optimal airflow patterns. The spaces between the pillars form a network of interconnected chambers through which heated air moves in carefully controlled currents, warming the floor above while preventing the accumulation of harmful gases. The floor itself consists of multiple layers that demonstrate Roman understanding of heat transfer principles that would not be rediscovered until modern times. The bottom layer, resting directly on the pylai, consists of large stone slabs or thick tiles that provide structural support. Above this lies a layer of concrete made from lime mortar and crushed tile, which acts as both structural reinforcement and thermal mass, storing heat and releasing it slowly to maintain consistent temperatures. The uppermost layer varies depending on the room's function and the owner's wealth. Fine marble in the most important spaces, decorative mosaic tiles in dining areas, or simple stone flags in service areas. But the true genius of the Roman hypocaust lies not in the underfloor heating alone, but in the integration of wall heating that creates an entire building envelope climate control system. The walls of Marcus's villa contain networks of hollow tiles called tegula. Amatate will allow heated air from the underfloor system to rise through vertical passages within the wall structure itself. This wall heating prevents the heat loss that would otherwise occur through cold stone or brick walls, creating a thermal barrier that maintains comfortable interior temperatures even when exterior conditions are harsh. The air circulation system within these walls follows principles of thermodynamics that demonstrate sophisticated understanding of natural convection. Cool air enters the wall passages at the bottom, where it is heated by contact with the warm tiles and mortar. As it heats up, it rises naturally through the vertical passages, warming the wall surface as it moves upward. At the top of the walls, the heated air exits through carefully positioned flues that carry it safely away from the building. This creates a continuous circulation of air that maintains consistent temperatures throughout the structure while preventing the accumulation of combustion gases that could be harmful to the inhabitants. The fuel requirements for Marcus's hypocaust system reveal both the efficiency of Roman heating technology and the social structures that made it possible. The villa's heating system consumes approximately 12 tons of seasoned hardwood during a typical winter season, substantially less than the 18.5 tons required to heat a medieval manor of comparable size using central hearth technology. This improved efficiency results from several factors: the contained combustion in purpose-built furnaces that optimize fuel burning, the retention of heat in the thermal mass of floors and walls, and the elimination of heat loss through smoke venting that characterizes open fire systems. Yet the operation of this sophisticated system depends entirely on slave labor that performs the continuous, demanding work of maintaining the fires, cleaning the flues, and managing the complex mechanical systems that keep the hypocaust functioning. In the Prefernium beneath Marcus's villa, a team of 6 slaves works in shifts around the clock during winter, feeding fuel to the furnaces, monitoring combustion airflow, and adjusting dampers that control heat distribution to different areas of the building. These workers, typically Germanic or Celtic prisoners of war, live in conditions that are harsh even by Roman standards, exposed to extreme heat, dangerous gases, and the constant fire hazards associated with maintaining the furnace systems. The social implications of hypocaust technology extend far beyond the individual comfort of wealthy Romans like Marcus, Flavius, Aquilus, the widespread adoption of sophisticated heating systems in Roman Britain. Gaul and other northern provinces represents a fundamental transformation in human relationship with climate and geography. For the first time in history, large populations of people could live comfortably in cold climates without being constrained by the limitations of primitive heating technology. This climate independence enabled the Romans to establish permanent settlements in regions that had previously been considered unsuitable for Mediterranean civilization. Cities like Eboracum, York, Londinium, London, and Colonia Claudia Ara Agrippinensium Cologne grew to substantial size and prosperity largely because their inhabitants could maintain comfortable living conditions throughout harsh northern winters using hypocaust heating systems that made such settlements viable. The morning routine in Marcus's villa demonstrates the remarkable luxury that Roman heating technology provided to its users. Unlike the medieval lord who awakens to frost on his windows and breath visible in the cold air, Marcus rises from his bed onto floors that remain consistently warm throughout the night. The bedroom temperature maintained at a comfortable 68 degrees Fahrenheit by the hypocaust system requires no sudden shock of cold air, no hurried donning of heavy robes, no desperate rush to a central fire that may have died during the night hours. As Marcus moves through his villa, every room maintains its optimal temperature through sophisticated zoning controls that allow different areas to be heated to different levels depending on their function and the time of day. The atrium, used primarily for receiving guests and conducting business, maintains a moderate temperature that is comfortable for people wearing togas or other light clothing. The dining room, where evening meals are served, can be heated to higher temperatures that compensate for the cooling effect of food and wine. The private family quarters remain a consistent warmth that ensures comfortable sleeping without the need for heavy bedding or multiple layers of clothing. The hypocaust system even extends to the villa's bathing facilities, where it reaches perhaps its most sophisticated expression. The private bath suite attached to Marcus's villa contains the traditional Roman sequence of rooms: the Apoditium changing room, the Frigidarium cold room, the Tepidarium warm room, and the Caldarium hot room. Each space is maintained at precisely the temperature required for its function through individual control of the hypocaust system. The Caldarium, where hot baths are taken, reaches temperatures of nearly 100 degrees Fahrenheit, while the Tepidarium maintains a moderate warmth that allows for gradual temperature adjustment between the hot and cold rooms. The water heating system integrated with the hypocaust represents another level of engineering sophistication that demonstrates Roman mastery of thermal systems. Bronze pipes carry water through the hottest areas of the hypocaust, where it is heated to the desired temperature before being delivered to the various baths and basins throughout the villa. The system includes temperature regulation that prevents overheating while ensuring that hot water is available on demand throughout the day. This integration of water and space heating creates a complete climate control system that provides both atmospheric comfort and hot water for bathing and domestic use. Yet, even as Marcus enjoys the warmth and comfort of his villa on this morning, in 378 CE, the Roman Empire that created and maintained this remarkable technology stands on the brink of collapse. The Visigothic armies that recently devastated the Eastern Empire at the Battle of Adrianople represent only the most visible threat to Roman civilization. Throughout the northern provinces, the complex economic and social systems that support technologies like the hypocaust are beginning to break down under the pressure of military threats, economic instability, and the gradual withdrawal of imperial resources from distant territories. The hypocaust system in Marcus's villa requires not only the immediate labor of slaves to maintain the fires, but also a complex supply chain that extends throughout the Roman world. The bronze pipes come from mines in Spain. The specialized bricks and tiles are manufactured in workshops that serve multiple provinces. The technical knowledge required to design, install, And maintain the system depends on engineering traditions that are passed down through generations of skilled craftsmen. Most critically, the entire system depends on the social and economic stability that allows wealthy Romans to maintain large households of slaves and skilled workers. As the morning progresses and Marcus conducts his daily business reviewing accounts from his trading operations, meeting with clients who purchase his imported goods, corresponding with business partners in Gaul and Germania, he remains unaware that he is living through the final decades of a heating technology that will not be seen again in Europe for nearly 1,000 years. The hypocaust system that warms his villa represents the culmination of centuries of Roman engineering development. But it also depends on the continuation of Roman civilization itself. The slaves who tend the fires in his prefurnium, a craftsman, who maintain the bronze pipes and stone flues, the merchants who supply the seasoned hardwood that feeds the furnaces all are part of a complex technological ecosystem that can survive only as long as the Roman Empire continues to provide the political stability, economic resources, and cultural continuity that such sophisticated systems require. When that support disappears, when the legions withdraw and the imperial administration collapses, when the trade routes that supply exotic materials are cut by barbarian armies, the hypocaust will vanish as completely as if it had never existed. Yet, on this particular morning in 378 CE, as Marcus Flavius Aquilus enjoys his heated floors and warm walls, as he bathes in water heated by his sophisticated thermal system, as he moves through rooms maintained at precisely the temperatures he finds most comfortable, the technology that provides such luxury seems as permanent and unchanging as the stones from which his villa is built. The hypocaust has heated Roman homes for over 4 centuries. It represents the accumulated wisdom of countless generations of engineers and craftsmen. It provides a level of comfort that makes Roman civilization superior to any that has come before it. But empires fall, and with them fall the technologies that depend on their continuation. The comfortable warmth that surrounds Marcus on this winter morning will soon be nothing more than a memory, preserved only in the archaeological remains of villas like his own, waiting to be rediscovered by medieval people who will marvel at the sophistication of the ancestors they never knew they had, wondering how such remarkable technology could have been lost and forgotten in the long, cold darkness that followed. The fall of Rome. The year is 441 CE. And Lucius Aurelius Britannicus stands among the ruins of what was once Marcus Flavius Aquilus's magnificent villa, now 3 generations abandoned and slowly crumbling back into the British hillside. The grandson of a Roman citizen, Lucius represents the last generation of Romano-British nobility that still remembers the old ways, still possesses some understanding of the technologies that once made life comfortable in this remote corner of the empire. But the knowledge he carries is fragmentary, incomplete, and increasingly useless in a world where the political and economic systems that supported Roman technology have collapsed entirely. The hypocaust system that once heated this villa has been cold for over 60 years. The bronze pipes that carried hot water through the walls have been stripped away by scavengers who melted them down for weapons or trade goods. The carefully engineered furnaces that once burned continuously through winter months are filled with debris and overgrown with vegetation. Most tellingly, the complex knowledge required to operate and maintain such a system has died with the craftsmen who possessed it, leaving behind only the physical remains of a technology that no one living fully understands. Lucius traces his fingers along the cold stone pillars that once supported heated floors, trying to reconstruct in his mind how the system might have functioned. He knows that fires were built in the spaces below the floors, and he understands that the heat somehow circulated through the building. But the precise engineering principles that made the hypocaust work remain mysterious to him. Without the technical manuals, without the skilled workers who passed knowledge from master to apprentice, Without the broader technological infrastructure that supported Roman engineering, the hypocaust has become as incomprehensible as any. Ancient magic, the breakdown of hypocaust technology, represents only one aspect of the broader collapse that has transformed life in post-Roman Britain. The complex supply chains that once delivered specialized materials to construction sites throughout the empire have been severed by war. Economic collapse and the gradual abandonment of long-distance trade. The skilled craftsmen who understood. The intricacies of thermal engineering have died or fled, taking their knowledge with them. The social systems that supported the maintenance of complex technologies, the slave labor that tended fires, the merchant networks that supplied fuel, the imperial administration that enforced building. Standards have all disintegrated. Lucy's own attempts to recreate Roman heating technology in his modest hall illustrate the magnitude of the knowledge that has been lost. Working with local craftsmen who have heard stories about Roman heating systems, he has attempted to construct a simplified version of a hypocaust beneath his building. The project consumes enormous resources stone quarried from abandoned Roman buildings, ironwork forged by smiths who struggle to recreate Roman metallurgy, labor provided by free peasants who lack the specialized training of Roman slaves. The results prove disappointing and dangerous. Without understanding the principles of combustion airflow, the furnace produces more smoke than heat, filling the building with choking fumes that make the space uninhabitable. Without proper engineering of the pile system, the floor above, the heating chamber collapses, creating a dangerous pit that injures several workers. Most frustratingly, even when the system functions partially, it consumes fuel at rates that make it economically impossible to maintain 3 times as much wood as the original Roman systems required, producing perhaps 1/3 of the heat. The failure of Lucius's hypocaust project reflects broader patterns of technological regression that characterize post-Roman Europe. Complex technologies that depended on specialized knowledge, sophisticated materials, and complex social organization prove impossible to maintain when the civilization that created them disappears. The sophisticated engineering that made Roman heating systems efficient and effective required not just skilled craftsmen, but entire networks of support, mines that produced bronze and iron, kilns that manufactured specialized bricks, schools that trained engineers, administrative systems that maintained building standards. As these support networks collapse, the technologies they sustained become increasingly simplified, degraded, and ultimately abandoned. The hypocaust, which represented the pinnacle of ancient heating technology, gives way to cruder systems that require less specialized knowledge but provide far less comfort and efficiency. The central hearth, which Romans would have considered primitive and barbaric, becomes the standard heating technology throughout post-Roman Europe, simply because it can be built and maintained by people who lack access to the complex knowledge and materials that sophisticated systems require. The social implications of this technological regression extend far beyond mere comfort. The loss of effective heating technology fundamentally limits where and how people can live in northern climates. The Romans, with their hypocaust systems, could maintain comfortable settlements in regions that would have been uninhabitable without sophisticated heating. Post-Roman peoples, lacking such technology, find themselves constrained to smaller, less comfortable living spaces that cluster around crude heating sources. The architectural changes that accompany the loss of hypocaust technology reveal the broader cultural transformation taking place in post-Roman Britain. The spacious villas that housed comfortable Roman families give way to smaller, more modest halls where people crowd together around central fires. The specialized rooms that Roman heating systems made possible: private bedrooms, separate dining areas, individual bath suites become luxury impossibilities in a world where heating technology cannot support such spatial differentiation. Brother Paulinus, Christian monk who has established a small monastery in the ruins of a Roman town, represents the new approach to winter survival that emerges as Roman technology disappears. His monastic community has adopted heating strategies that acknowledge the limitations of post-Roman technology while attempting to maintain some level of comfort and safety through the cold months. The monastery's single heated room, called a calefactory, serves as the communal gathering space where monks warm themselves briefly before returning to their cold cells and unheated chapels. The calefactory's heating system demonstrates both the regression from Roman technology and the ingenuity that post-Roman peoples bring to the challenge of staying warm. A simple stone hearth built in the center of the room burns continuously during winter months. The smoke rises through a carefully constructed wooden louver in the roof, a crude but effective ventilation system that prevents the dangerous accumulation of fumes. The walls are lined with woolen hangings that help to retain heat, and the floor is covered with thick rushes that provide insulation against the cold stone. Yet even this simplified system requires careful management and substantial resources. The monastery's heating consumes nearly 40 tons of wood during each winter season, requiring the labor of multiple monks who spend their days cutting, splitting, and hauling fuel. The risk of fire remains constant as the open flames and crude construction materials create hazards that would have been unthinkable in properly engineered Roman buildings. Most significantly, the system can heat only one room effectively, forcing the monastic community to abandon much of their living space during the coldest months. The medical writings of Brother Paulinus provide insight into the health consequences of the transition from Roman to post-Roman heating technology. The monks in his community suffer from respiratory ailments that were rare among Romans who lived in properly heated villas. The constant exposure to wood smoke in poorly ventilated spaces creates chronic coughing, eye irritation, and lung problems that reduce life expectancy and quality of life. The extreme temperature variations between heated and unheated spaces contribute to arthritis and other joint problems that make physical labor more difficult. As the 5th century progresses, the memory of Roman heating technology begins to fade from living recollection into legend and myth. The children and grandchildren of people who remember heated villas grow up in a world where central hearths and smoking halls represent the normal state of human existence. The sophisticated comfort that Romans took for granted becomes as distant and impossible as the mythical Golden Age described in ancient stories. Practical impossibility of maintaining systems that require resources and knowledge that no longer exist. The last functioning hypocaust in Britain probably stops working not because someone decides to abandon it, but because the furnace breaks down and no one knows how to repair it, or because the fuel required to operate it becomes too expensive to obtain, or because the slaves who tended it die and cannot be replaced. In the end, the loss of the hypocaust represents one of history's most dramatic examples of technological regression, the complete disappearance of a sophisticated technology that provided genuine benefits to human life. The Romans had solved the problem of heating buildings efficiently and comfortably, creating systems that would not be matched again until the development of modern central heating. Yet this remarkable achievement vanished so completely that medieval people, struggling to stay warm in their smoke-filled halls, had no idea that their ancestors had possessed technologies that could have transformed their lives. The cold that settles over post-Roman Europe is not merely a physical phenomenon, but a symbol of the broader cultural and technological darkness that accompanies the collapse of classical civilization. The hypocaust, which once brought warmth and comfort to thousands of Roman homes, becomes a memory, then a legend, then a forgotten dream, leaving behind only the archaeological evidence of human achievement lost to time and the endless struggle to stay warm in a world that has forgotten how to heat itself. The year is 1348, and Brother Thomas de Wintonia stands in the underground chambers of Beaulieu Abbey, holding a flickering candle that casts dancing shadows across what appears to be an impossible discovery. beneath the foundations of the monastery, revealed by recent excavations for a new wine cellar, lies a complex system of stone pillars, carefully constructed chambers, and sophisticated engineering that defies everything he knows about ancient building techniques. The discovery that will puzzle him for the remainder of his life represents the first tentative step toward understanding a technology that has been lost for nearly 1,000 years. The hypocaust system that Brother Thomas has uncovered belonged to a Roman villa that occupied this site centuries before the Norman Abbey was established. The stone pillars, still standing in perfect formation after all these centuries, support what was once a heated floor system of remarkable sophistication. The furnace chambers, though filled with debris and vegetation, retain their carefully engineered design. The flue passages, though blocked by centuries of accumulated sediment, still trace their paths through the walls with mathematical precision. Yet, Brother Thomas lacks any conceptual framework for understanding what he has found. The medieval world in which he lives possesses no knowledge of underfloor heating, no understanding of thermal engineering, no experience with the integrated building systems that characterized Roman technology. To his medieval mind, the carefully arranged stone pillars suggest some kind of foundation system, perhaps designed to prevent flooding or provide storage space. The furnace chambers appear to be nothing more than cellars or storage pits. Sophisticated engineering that created this system remains as mysterious as ancient magic. The monastery's records, dating back to its founding in 1204, make no mention of the Roman villa that once occupied this site. The cultural memory that might have preserved some understanding of Roman heating technology was severed completely when the last Romano-British communities disappeared in the chaos of the 5th and 6th centuries. The Anglo-Saxon settlements that followed possessed no knowledge of Roman engineering, and the Norman conquest that established the abbey brought architects and builders who were equally ignorant of classical heating systems. Brother Thomas's attempts to understand the purpose of the underground chambers reflect the broader medieval struggle to comprehend the technological achievements of the classical world. Working with the abbey's builder, Master Geoffrey, he develops theories about the stone pillars that range from the practical to the fantastical. Perhaps they were designed to store grain elevated above the ground to prevent spoilage. Perhaps they supported a raised floor that protected valuables from flooding. Perhaps they were part of some kind of religious ritual space connected to the pagan ceremonies that preceded Christian settlement. The most intriguing theory, developed after careful examination of the furnace chambers, suggests that the system might have been designed for heating. Master Geoffrey notices that the chambers are positioned in locations that would allow fires to be built safely below the floor level. And he observes that the stone pillars would create air spaces that could circulate heated air. But the concept of heating an entire building through underfloor systems seems so impossibly advanced that both men dismiss it as unlikely. Surely, they reason, the primitive people who built this system could not have possessed such sophisticated engineering knowledge. The irony of medieval scholars dismissing Roman engineering as too advanced for primitive peoples reveals the extent to which post-Roman Europe has lost touch with its own technological heritage. Brother Thomas, who represents the intellectual elite of his time, possesses far less understanding of thermal engineering than any Roman craftsman of the 4th century. The knowledge that seemed commonplace to Marcus Flavius Aquilus, the principles of combustion, air circulation, and heat distribution has become so completely lost that medieval people cannot even recognize it when they encounter its physical remains. The rediscovery of Roman heating technology proves to be a gradual process that spans several centuries and involves multiple independent observations by people who slowly piece together fragments of lost knowledge. Throughout the medieval period, builders and excavators occasionally uncover hypocaust remains, but their interpretations vary wildly based on their limited understanding of thermal engineering. Some scholars interpret the pillars as foundation systems. Others see them as storage facilities. A few recognize them as related to heating, but cannot understand how they might have functioned. The first serious attempt to reconstruct Roman heating technology comes in the 15th century, when Renaissance scholars begin to study classical texts that contain descriptions of hypocaust systems. Vitruvius, the Roman architect whose writings on construction survived the medieval period, describes the basic principles of underfloor heating in language that finally begins to make sense to people who have started to develop more sophisticated understanding of engineering principles. Yet even with textual descriptions, the practical knowledge required to build and operate hypocaust systems remains largely lost. Leon Battista Alberti, the Renaissance architect and scholar, represents the beginning of serious attempts to understand and recreate Roman heating technology. His 15th century treatise De Reedificatoria includes detailed analysis of hypocaust systems based on both archaeological evidence and classical texts. Alberti recognizes that the Romans possessed heating technology that was superior to anything available in his own time, and he attempts to explain the engineering principles that made such systems possible. But Alberti's theoretical understanding remains divorced from practical application. The complex supply chains that supported Roman hypocaust construction, the skilled craftsmen who understood thermal engineering, the specialized materials that were required for efficient operation, the economic systems that made such construction financially viable have all disappeared. Renaissance attempts to recreate Roman heating systems result in expensive failures that consume enormous resources while providing minimal heat. The social and economic obstacles to recreating Roman heating technology prove as significant as the technical challenges. The hypocaust systems that heated Roman villas depended on slave labor that was continuously available to tend fires, maintain equipment, and perform the dangerous work of operating furnaces. Medieval and Renaissance European society, while certainly exploitative of peasant labor, lacks the specific forms of social organization that made Roman heating systems economically viable. The fuel requirements for hypocaust systems, which seemed manageable in the context of Roman economic organization, proved prohibitive in post-Roman Europe. The Romans had access to vast forest resources throughout their empire, managed by imperial administrators who could coordinate large-scale harvesting and transportation. Medieval Europe, divided into smaller political units with limited transportation networks, cannot easily support the fuel consumption required for sophisticated heating systems. The gradual development of chimney technology in medieval Europe represents not a rediscovery of Roman heating principles, but an independent solution to the problem of heating buildings efficiently. The wall fireplaces and stone chimneys that begin to appear in wealthy medieval homes during the 12th and 13th centuries solve some of the same problems that priest-owned hypocaust systems addressed: the need to heat living spaces while removing smoke safely, but they do so using different engineering principles and construction techniques. The medieval chimney, while simpler than the Roman hypocaust, proves more practical for the social and economic conditions of post-Roman Europe. Chimney construction requires skilled stonemasons, but not the complex teams of specialized craftsmen that hypocaust systems demanded. Chimney operation requires servants to tend fires, but not the continuous labor that hypocaust furnaces required. Most significantly, chimney systems can be built and maintained within the economic constraints of medieval society, using locally available materials and relatively simple construction techniques. Yet, even as medieval builders develop effective alternatives to Roman heating technology, the archaeological remains of hypocaust systems continue to puzzle and intrigue scholars who encounter them. The sophistication of Roman engineering, evident in the precise construction and efficient design of hypocaust chambers, challenges medieval assumptions about the capabilities of ancient peoples. The realization that their ancestors possessed technologies that they themselves cannot recreate forces medieval scholars to reconsider their understanding of historical progress and technological development. The complete rediscovery of Roman heating technology will not occur until the 19th century, when archaeological methods become sophisticated enough to understand hypocaust systems in their full complexity. And when industrial technology provides the materials and techniques necessary to recreate them successfully. But even then, the recreation of Roman heating systems remains largely an academic exercise. As modern central heating technology has developed along different lines that prove more suitable for contemporary social and economic conditions. The story of the lost hypocaust reveals fundamental truths about the fragility of technological knowledge and the complex conditions required to sustain sophisticated engineering systems. The Romans created heating technology that was genuinely superior to anything that would be available for the next 1,000 years. Yet this remarkable achievement vanished completely when the civilization that supported it collapsed. The knowledge that seemed permanent and unchanging to Marcus Flavius Aquinas proved to be entirely dependent on the continuation of the social, economic, and political systems that had created it. In the end, Brother Thomas de Antonia's discovery of the hypocaust remains beneath Beaulieu Abbey, represents not just an archaeological find, but a poignant reminder of human knowledge lost and forgotten. The sophisticated engineering that he cannot understand, the advanced technology that he cannot recreate, the comfortable warmth that he cannot imagine, all testify to the remarkable achievements of a civilization that possessed solutions to problems that continue to challenge human ingenuity. The cold stone pillars that support nothing, the empty furnace chambers that will never again warm human homes, the blocked flues that will never again carry smoke safely away, these silent witnesses to Roman engineering genius stand as monuments to the long, difficult road that separates technological achievement from technological rediscovery, reminding us that progress is neither inevitable nor permanent, and that the struggle to keep warm is as much a struggle to preserve and transmit human knowledge as it is a battle against the indifferent forces of nature. The snow begins to fall on Bjorn Ironside's longhouse in the early morning hours of November 15, 967 CE, marking the beginning of what will prove to be one of the harshest winters in the recorded history of the settlement at Hiddeby. First flakes drift through the smoke hole in the roof and hiss against the glowing embers of the central hearth. Bjorn awakens to face another day in the endless struggle to keep his household warm through the brutal Scandinavian winter that stretches ahead like a vast white desert of cold and darkness. The longhouse that shelters Bjorn's extended family represents nearly 3 centuries of architectural evolution, refined through generations of Norse builders who have learned to balance the competing demands of warmth, safety, and structural integrity in one of the world's most challenging climates. Measuring 87 feet in length and 22 feet in width, the building houses not only Bjorn's immediate family, but also his elderly parents, his unmarried brothers, his household slaves, and the livestock that must be brought indoors to survive the winter. This is not merely a dwelling, but a carefully engineered survival system designed to preserve human and animal life through months of darkness and cold that would kill the unprepared within days. The construction of the longhouse follows principles that represent the accumulated wisdom of countless generations of Norse builders who have learned to work with the materials and conditions of their harsh environment. The foundation consists of massive stone blocks, carefully selected and positioned to create a stable base that will not shift during the freeze-thaw cycles that characterize northern winters. These foundation stones, some weighing more than a ton, must be quarried from distant sites and transported to the building location using specialized sledges and the combined labor of entire communities. Above the stone foundation rises the wooden framework that gives the longhouse its distinctive shape and structural integrity. The timber frame consists of massive oak posts, each measuring more than 2 feet in diameter, connected by equally substantial horizontal beams. that create a skeleton capable of supporting the enormous weight of the turf roof while withstanding the fierce winds that sweep across the Danish landscape. The selection and preparation of this timber represents a major investment in both time and resources, as the oak must be aged for a minimum of 5 years to achieve the proper strength and stability. The walls of the longhouse demonstrate the sophisticated understanding that Norse builders possessed of insulation principles that would not be formally recognized by scientists until modern times. The basic wall construction consists of vertical wooden planks fitted tightly together. But between these planks and the interior space lies a complex system of insulation that includes layers of woven willow branches, packed clay, and dried moss harvested from the surrounding wetlands. This multi-layer insulation system creates barriers that prevent heat loss while allowing the walls to breathe, preventing the moisture buildup that could lead to rot and structural damage. The exterior walls are further protected by an additional layer of horizontal wooden boards that create a double wall system with an air gap that provides additional insulation. This technique, known as stav construction, requires skilled carpentry and substantial additional timber, but it creates walls that are significantly more effective at retaining heat than single-layer construction. The joints between the boards are sealed with a mixture of tar and animal hair that prevents drafts while remaining flexible enough to accommodate the expansion and contraction that occurs during temperature changes. The roof of the longhouse represents perhaps the most ingenious aspect of Norse building technology, combining structural engineering with thermal insulation in a system that provides both protection from the elements and retention of precious heat. The roof framework consists of curved wooden ribs that create the distinctive boat-like shape that gives the longhouse its name. These ribs, carved from single pieces of oak using traditional woodworking techniques, distribute the weight of the roof covering evenly across the entire structure while creating internal spaces that maximize both headroom and thermal efficiency. The roof covering itself consists of multiple layers that create a sophisticated thermal barrier. The bottom layer, resting directly on the wooden ribs, consists of birch bark carefully sewn together with sinew thread to create a waterproof membrane that prevents rain and snow from penetrating the interior. Above the birch bark lies a thick layer of turf cut from carefully selected grasslands and laid in overlapping sections that create a living roof system. This turf layer, typically 18 inches thick, provides extraordinary insulation while continuing to grow and thrive throughout the summer months. The turf roof serves multiple functions beyond simple insulation. During summer, it provides a garden space where herbs and vegetables can be grown, adding to the household's food supply. During winter, it creates a thermal mass that moderates temperature fluctuations, storing heat during the day and releasing it slowly during the night. The living grass roots help to bind the turf together, creating a roof covering that can last for decades with proper maintenance. But the most critical aspect of the longhouse's thermal design lies in the central hearth system that provides the only source of heat for the entire building. The hearth, positioned precisely in the center of the longhouse's main room, consists of a carefully engineered fire pit that measures approximately 6 feet in diameter and 18 inches deep. The construction of this hearth requires specialized knowledge of fire management principles that distinguish effective heating systems from dangerous fire hazards that could destroy the entire building and kill everyone inside. The hearth pit is lined with carefully selected stones that possess the thermal properties necessary for efficient heat storage and distribution. These stones, typically granite or other igneous rocks, are chosen for their ability to withstand extreme temperature changes without cracking or exploding. The stones are fitted together without mortar, allowing for thermal expansion while preventing the accumulation of moisture that could cause structural damage during freeze-thaw cycles. The fuel for the central hearth comes primarily from the vast forests that surround the settlement. But the selection and preparation of this fuel requires sophisticated understanding of combustion principles that maximize heat output while minimizing smoke production. Oak provides the longest burning and hottest fires, but it must be aged for at least 2 years to achieve optimal moisture content. Ash burns cleanly with minimal smoke, making it ideal for use when the longhouse is occupied by people engaged. In indoor activities, pine and other resinous woods are avoided except in emergency situations, as their high sap content creates dangerous sparks and excessive smoke. The preparation of firewood for the winter heating season begins in early spring and continues throughout the summer months. Bjorn's household must cut, split, stack approximately 35 tons of seasoned hardwood to provide adequate fuel for the 8-month heating season that extends from October through May. This enormous fuel requirement demands the labor of every able-bodied person in the household, as well as the use of specialized tools and techniques that have been refined over generations of Norse woodcutters. The daily management of the central hearth requires constant attention and sophisticated technical knowledge that distinguishes skilled firetenders from novices who might endanger the entire household. The fire must be maintained continuously throughout the winter, as allowing it to die completely would require hours of difficult work to rekindle it in the cold, damp conditions of the longhouse interior. Yet the fire must also be carefully controlled to prevent overheating, which could ignite the wooden structure of the building or create dangerous levels of smoke. The smoke management system of the longhouse represents one of the most challenging aspects of Viking heating technology. Unlike later chimney systems that carry smoke safely away from living spaces, the longhouse depends on a simple smoke hole in the roof that allows smoke to escape while minimizing heat loss. This smoke hole, typically measuring about 4 feet in diameter, is positioned directly above the central hearth and equipped with a wooden cover that can be adjusted to control both smoke, ventilation, and heat retention. The positioning and sizing of the smoke hole requires precise engineering that balances the need for adequate ventilation against the imperative to retain heat. Too large a smoke hole allows excessive heat loss, making it impossible to maintain comfortable temperatures during severe cold. Too small a smoke hole creates dangerous accumulations of smoke that can suffocate the inhabitants or create toxic levels of carbon monoxide. The optimal size depends on factors including the size of the building, the height of the roof, the prevailing wind conditions, and the type of fuel being burned. The interior arrangement of the longhouse reflects the social hierarchy and functional requirements of Norse society, while optimizing the distribution of heat from the central hearth. The high seat, where Bjorn sits during meals and important gatherings, is positioned to take maximum advantage of radiant heat from the fire, while remaining far enough away to avoid dangerous sparks. The benches where family members and guests sit are arranged in order of importance, with the most honored positions closest to the fire and the least important people relegated to the colder areas near the walls. The sleeping arrangements reveal the harsh realities of heating a large building with a single central fire. The most important family members sleep on raised platforms that position them closer to the warm air that rises from the hearth, while servants and slaves sleep on the floor level where cold air accumulates. Everyone sleeps fully clothed, wrapped in multiple layers of woolen blankets and fur robes that provide essential insulation against the cold that penetrates the building despite the central fire. The livestock that share the longhouse during winter months serve multiple functions. In the building's thermal system, the body heat generated by cattle, horses, sheep, and goats contributes significantly to the overall temperature of the building, while their respiration adds moisture to the air that helps to moderate the dry conditions created by the central fire. The animals are housed in the lower sections of the building, where their body heat rises to warm the human living spaces above. Yet, even with all these sophisticated design features, even with the central hearth burning continuously, even with the additional heat provided by livestock and the thermal mass of the turf roof, the longhouse remains barely comfortable during the harshest winter weather. Archaeological measurements of reconstructed Viking longhouses indicate that internal temperatures rarely exceed 50 degrees Fahrenheit, even when the central fire is burning at full intensity. During the coldest nights, when outside temperatures drop below -20 degrees Fahrenheit, the interior temperature of the longhouse may fall to just above freezing in the areas farthest from the central hearth. The health challenges posed by longhouse heating systems prove as significant as the thermal challenges. The constant exposure to wood smoke creates respiratory problems that affect everyone in the household, from the youngest children to the elderly. The smoke that fills the upper areas of the longhouse before escaping through the roof hole contains particulate matter and toxic gases that cause persistent coughing, eye irritation, and lung damage that accumulates over a lifetime of exposure. Archaeological evidence from Viking Age burials shows clear signs of respiratory disease that can be attributed to prolonged exposure to indoor air pollution. The fire hazards associated with central hearth heating create constant anxiety for longhouse inhabitants. The combination of open flames, wooden construction, and dry winter air creates conditions where a single spark or moment of inattention can result in catastrophic fires that consume entire buildings within minutes. The historical records of Viking Age settlements document numerous instances of longhouse fires that killed entire families, often during the coldest nights when people were most reluctant to leave their buildings even when fire threatened. As the snow continues to fall outside Bjorn's longhouse, as the central fire crackles and sends sparks dancing upward toward the smoke hole. As the household gathers around the hearth for warmth and companionship, the daily struggle to maintain heat and safety continues with the same intensity that has characterized Norse winter survival for centuries. The longhouse heating system represents a remarkable achievement in cold climate architecture, but it also embodies the harsh compromises that pre-modern peoples had to accept in their endless struggle to stay warm without the benefit of advanced heating technology. The price of warmth in the Viking longhouse is measured not only in the enormous quantities of fuel that must be gathered and burned, not only in the constant labor required to maintain the central fire, not only in the health costs of breathing smoke-filled air throughout the winter months, but also in the fundamental constraints that heating limitations place on every aspect of daily life. The longhouse may provide survival in one of the world's most challenging climates, but it does so at a cost that reminds us of the remarkable luxury that effective heating technology represents in the long history of human struggle against the cold. The first light of dawn on December 8, 967 CE, filters through the smoke hole of Bjorn, Ironside's longhouse, to reveal the elaborate dance of survival that governs every aspect of winter life in the Viking settlement at Hedeby. The central hearth, which has burned continuously for the past 7 weeks, consumes its daily ration of seasoned oak, while household members move through their carefully choreographed routines of fire maintenance, fuel preparation, and heat conservation that mean the difference between life and death in the frozen Danish landscape. Astrid, Bjorn's eldest daughter, awakens before dawn to begin the complex process of managing the household's heating needs throughout the day. At 17 years old, she has already mastered the intricate knowledge of fire management that represents the culmination of generations of Norse heating expertise. Her first task involves carefully examining the overnight condition of the central fire, determining how much fuel must be added to restore it to full heating capacity, while avoiding the production of excessive smoke that could make the longhouse uninhabitable. The art of reading a fire requires sophisticated understanding of combustion principles that distinguish expert fire tenders from novices who might endanger the entire household. Astrid examines the color and intensity of the glowing coals, the pattern of flames dancing above them, the amount and color of smoke rising toward the roof hole. Each of these visual indicators provides critical information about the fire's condition and the specific actions required to maintain optimal heat production. The coals that have survived the night show patches of bright orange that indicate sufficient oxygen supply, but also areas of darker red that suggest the need for additional air circulation. Astrid carefully rearranges the burning wood using a long iron poker, creating air passages that will encourage more complete combustion while avoiding the disruption that might cause the fire to die down dangerously. This delicate manipulation requires years of experience to master, as too much disturbance can extinguish the fire entirely. While too little fails to optimize the burning process, the selection of morning fuel follows principles that Astrid learned from her grandmother. Knowledge passed down through an unbroken chain of Norse firekeepers who have refined their techniques through centuries of winter survival. The first wood added to the overnight coals must be small, dry pieces that will ignite quickly and build up the fire's intensity. These kindling pieces, carefully split from resinous pine or birch, are arranged in specific patterns that maximize airflow while ensuring that flames spread evenly throughout the fuel mass. Once the kindling has established a strong fire base, larger pieces of seasoned hardwood can be added to provide sustained heat throughout the morning hours. The size and positioning of these logs requires careful calculation based on the day's planned activities, the external weather conditions, and the household's fuel supply situation. Too much fuel creates excessive heat that makes indoor activities uncomfortable, while too little leaves the household vulnerable to dangerous cold if the fire burns down unexpectedly. The daily fuel consumption of the longhouse reaches staggering proportions during the depths of winter. Each day requires approximately 180 pounds of seasoned hardwood to maintain adequate heat, meaning that the household burns through nearly 1,300 pounds of carefully prepared fuel each week. This enormous consumption demands constant attention to fuel preparation activities that occupy significant portions of every household member's time and energy. Young Eric, Bjorn's 12-year-old son, spends his morning hours in the fuel preparation area adjacent to the longhouse, where stacks of split wood await further processing before being brought indoors. The wood must be sorted by size and type, with different categories designated for different heating purposes throughout the day. Small kindling pieces are separated from larger logs. Hardwoods are distinguished from softwoods, and particularly resinous pieces are set aside for use during special occasions when maximum heat output is required. The process of splitting wood for longhouse heating requires specialized tools and techniques that have been refined over generations of Norse woodworkers. Eric uses a selection of axes, wedges, and splitting mauls that are carefully maintained and sharpened to ensure efficient wood processing. The grain structure of each piece of wood must be read carefully to determine the optimal splitting approach, as improper technique can result in twisted, difficult to burn pieces that waste fuel and create excessive smoke. The storage and seasoning of firewood represents another critical aspect of longhouse heating that requires long-term planning and substantial labor investment. The 35 tons of wood required for each winter heating season must be cut, split, and stacked during the summer months, when weather conditions permit outdoor work and when the household's agricultural activities are less demanding. The wood must be stacked in carefully constructed ricks that allow air circulation while protecting the fuel from rain and snow that could prevent proper drying. The positioning of wood ricks around the settlement follows principles that balance accessibility against fire safety. The stacks must be close enough to the longhouse to permit easy transport during winter storms, but far enough away to prevent fires from spreading if lightning or other accidents ignite the stored fuel. The ricks themselves are constructed with gaps and air passages that promote drying while preventing the spontaneous combustion that can occur when green wood is stacked too tightly inside the longhouse. The management of heat distribution requires constant attention to the complex airflow patterns that determine how effectively warmth from the central fire reaches different areas of the building. Gunnar, Bjorn's younger brother, has become expert at reading the subtle indicators that reveal how heat moves through the interior space and where Interventions might improve thermal efficiency. The smoke patterns that swirl through the upper reaches of the longhouse provide critical information about air circulation and heating effectiveness. When the smoke moves smoothly toward the roof hole without creating stagnant pockets, the heating system is functioning optimally. When smoke begins to accumulate in specific areas or fails to rise efficiently, adjustments must be made to the fire, the roof hole covering, or the positioning of interior screens and hangings that help to direct airflow. The temperature variations throughout the longhouse create distinct thermal zones that influence how the household organizes its daily activities. The area immediately around the central hearth, where temperatures may reach 60 to 65 degrees Fahrenheit, serves as the primary workspace for activities that require manual dexterity or detailed attention. The middle areas of the building, where temperatures range from 45 to 55 degrees, provide adequate comfort for most household tasks, but require additional clothing for extended periods of activity. The peripheral areas near the walls, where temperatures may drop to 35 to 40 degrees Fahrenheit, are used primarily for storage and activities that generate their own heat through physical exertion. These cold zones also serve as natural refrigeration areas where food can be preserved throughout the winter months, without the risk of spoilage that might occur in the warmer areas near the fire. The daily rhythm of activities within the longhouse reflects the heating limitations that constrain Norse winter life. The household awakens before dawn, not because of any natural preference for early rising, but because the overnight banking of the fire creates morning temperatures that require immediate attention to prevent dangerous cold from taking hold. The morning hours, when the fire is rebuilt to full intensity, provide the warmest period of the day and are therefore devoted to activities that require the greatest comfort. Meals, crafts that require fine motor skills, and social activities that bring the household together the midday hours, when external temperatures are at their highest and the longhouse benefits from any available solar heating through the smoke hole. Allow for brief ventures outside the building for essential tasks that cannot be performed indoors. These outdoor excursions must be carefully planned and limited in duration, as the combination of physical exertion in cold air and the subsequent return to the warm interior can create dangerous thermal stress that has been known to cause heart problems in older household members. The evening hours bring the greatest challenges for longhouse heating management, as external temperatures drop rapidly after sunset, while the household's activities create the greatest demand for interior comfort. The evening meal, which represents the day's most important social gathering, requires careful coordination of cooking activities with heating needs to ensure that food preparation does not interfere with the optimal operation of the central fire. The cooking arrangements within the longhouse demonstrate the sophisticated integration of heating and food preparation that characterizes Norse winter survival. The central hearth serves not only as the primary heat source, but also as the cooking facility for most meals, requiring careful scheduling and fuel management to ensure that both heating and cooking needs are met without waste or inefficiency. Large iron cauldrons suspended over the fire provide the primary cooking method, while smaller vessels can be positioned around the edges of the hearth to take advantage of radiant heat. The food that sustains the household through winter reflects both the limitations and opportunities created by longhouse heating systems. The constant availability of fire enables the preparation of hot meals and warm beverages that provide essential calories and comfort during the coldest months. Soups, stews, and porridges that can simmer slowly over the central fire make efficient use of fuel while providing maximum nutritional value from available ingredients. But the heating demands of the longhouse also limit the types of foods that can be prepared and stored within the building. Foods that require cold storage must be kept in the peripheral areas where temperatures remain low, while foods that must be kept warm are positioned near the central fire, where they compete with people for access to precious heat. The smoke that permeates the longhouse also affects food preservation. both positively through the smoking of meats and negatively through the long-tagic contamination of foods that absorb excessive smoke flavors. The social dynamics of longhouse life during dictragious, Malamus life during winter months reflect the constraints imposed by the heating system that forces extended families to live in close proximity for months at a time. The hierarchy that determines seating arrangements around the central fire creates tensions and competitions that might not exist if heating were more abundant and evenly distributed. The youngest and least important household members, relegated to the coldest areas of the building, develop survival strategies that include increased physical activity, additional clothing layers, and shared body heat that creates intimacies and dependencies unique to cold climate societies. The elderly members of the household face particular challenges in the longhouse heating environment, as their reduced ability to generate body heat makes them more vulnerable to the temperature variations that characterize different areas of the building. Bjorn's father, now in his 70s, requires special accommodations that include priority access to positions near the central fire, additional fur coverings, and heated stones that can be warmed in the fire and used as personal heat sources. During the coldest nights, the children in the household adapt to longhouse heating conditions in ways that will shape their entire approach to cold weather survival. They learn to read fire conditions instinctively, to recognize the subtle signs that indicate heating problems before they become dangerous, to move efficiently through the thermal zones of the building in ways that maximize their comfort, while minimizing heat loss for the entire household. These skills, developed through daily practice during childhood winters, will serve them throughout their lives as they establish their own households and face their own struggles to stay warm in the harsh Norse climate. The health challenges created by longhouse heating systems extend beyond the obvious respiratory problems associated with smoke exposure. The extreme temperature variations between the warm areas near the fire and the cold zones near the walls create thermal stress that contributes to joint problems, circulation issues, and susceptibility to respiratory infections. The dry air produced by the constant fire exacerbates skin conditions and increases the risk of nosebleeds and throat irritation. Yet the same heating system that creates these health challenges also provides essential protection against far more serious threats to survival. Without the central fire, the longhouse would become uninhabitable within hours during severe cold snaps, and the entire household would face death from hypothermia. The compromises and discomforts associated with longhouse heating represent the price of survival in a climate that would otherwise be lethal to human habitation. As the winter solstice approaches and the days grow shorter, the challenges of longhouse heating intensify with the increasing darkness and cold that characterize the depths of the Norse winter season. The fuel consumption increases as external temperatures drop, while the limited daylight hours make fuel gathering and preparation more difficult and dangerous. The household survival depends increasingly on the careful management of resources that were gathered and prepared during the previous summer, and on the heating knowledge and skills that represent the accumulated wisdom of countless generations of Norse survivors. The longhouse that shelters Bjorn's household through this winter represents not just a building, but a sophisticated survival technology that embodies centuries of innovation and adaptation to one of the world's most challenging climates. Yet it also represents the limitations and compromises that characterize all pre-modern heating systems, reminding us that the struggle to stay warm has always required not just fuel and fire, but knowledge, planning, and the willingness to accept discomfort as the price of survival in a world where cold can kill and warmth is never guaranteed. March 21st, 968 CE, marks the spring equinox and the official end of the heating season at Bjorn Ironside's longhouse. But the true reckoning of winter's cost extends far beyond the simple matter of consumed fuel. As the household emerges from 8 months of confinement within their smoke-filled sanctuary, The accumulated toll of surviving another Norse winter reveals itself in ways both visible and profound, telling the complete story of what it truly costs to keep warm without the benefit of advanced heating technology. The longhouse itself bears the physical scars of another winter's struggle against the cold. The massive oak timbers that frame the building show new stress cracks where the constant expansion and contraction of heating and cooling cycles have worked against the wood's natural structure. The turf roof, which provided such effective insulation throughout the winter months, settled and compressed under the weight of accumulated snow and ice, requiring extensive repair work before the next winter season. Most concerning of all, the area around the central hearth shows signs of structural damage where the intense heat has begun to char the supporting timbers, weakening the very foundation of the building's thermal system. Master builder Olaf Eriksson, called in to assess the longhouse's condition after the winter, traces his weathered fingers along the blackened oak posts that surround the central fire pit. 8 years of continuous winter heating have taken their toll on these massive timbers, originally selected for their strength and fire resistance. The constant exposure to extreme temperatures, scorching heat on the sides facing the fire, bitter cold on the exterior faces has created internal stresses that threaten the structural integrity of the entire building. The stone lining of the fire pit itself shows the accumulated damage of burning nearly 30 tons of wood over the course of the winter. Several of the carefully fitted granite blocks have cracked from thermal stress, creating gaps that allow precious heat to escape into the earth below rather than radiating into the living space. The iron implements used for fire management, pokers, tongs, and grates, show signs of warping and metal fatigue that will require replacement by skilled blacksmiths before next winter. The human cost of the longhouse heating system becomes apparent as the household members undergo their annual spring health assessment with Ingrid the Wise, the settlement's healer and herbalist. Every person who spent the winter in the smoke-filled longhouse shows signs of respiratory damage that accumulate year after year until they become life-threatening conditions. The persistent cough that affects most adults worsens each winter, gradually reducing lung capacity and making physical exertion increasingly difficult. Young Eric, now 13 years old and completing his second winter as a full participant in fuel-gathering activities, shows the blackened fingernails and grayish complexion that indicates significant particulate matter accumulation in his respiratory system. His growth has been stunted compared to children in southern settlements where heating systems produce less indoor air pollution. Most troubling, he has developed the chronic wheeze that characterizes advanced smoke lung, suggesting that his life expectancy will be significantly reduced unless heating conditions improve. Astrid, who spent the winter managing the central fire and breathing the most concentrated smoke, shows advanced symptoms of what modern medicine would recognize as chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. At 18 years old, she cannot climb the settlement's hills without stopping frequently to catch her breath. Her eyes, constantly irritated by smoke exposure, show signs of permanent damage that will likely lead to early vision problems. The marriage negotiations that her father has begun on her behalf must take into account her compromised health status, reducing her value in the social and economic calculations that govern Norse family alliances. The elderly members of the household have paid the highest price for another winter of longhouse heating. Bjorn's father, who entered the winter season in relatively good health for a man of 73 years, has developed the severe respiratory distress that often proves fatal within a few seasons. The combination of smoke, exposure, and the thermal stress created by extreme temperature variations has weakened his heart and lungs to the point where he may not survive another winter in the longhouse environment. The economic accounting of the winter's heating costs reveals numbers that would be shocking to anyone unfamiliar with the realities of Norse survival. The 35 tons of seasoned hardwood consumed during the heating season represents the product of nearly 400 trees harvested from forests that will require decades to regenerate. The labor investment in cutting, splitting, transporting, and stacking this enormous quantity of fuel consumed approximately 1,200 person-hours of work equivalent to one person working full-time for more than 7 months. The tool costs associated with fuel preparation prove equally substantial. The axes, saws, wedges, and splitting mauls required for processing 35 tons of firewood require constant maintenance and periodic replacement. The iron for these tools must be imported from distant regions at considerable expense, while the skilled blacksmith work required to maintain them consumes additional resources that could otherwise be devoted to agricultural or trading activities. The transportation costs of moving fuel from the forest to the longhouse represent another significant expense that reflects the enormous quantities of wood required for heating. During the winter months, when snow and ice make transportation particularly difficult, the household must maintain dog sledges and trained animals specifically for fuel hauling. The dogs themselves require feeding throughout the winter, adding to the total cost of the heating system. But perhaps the most sobering aspect of the economic accounting lies in the opportunity costs. The productive activities that cannot be pursued because so much time and energy must be devoted to gathering and managing fuel for heating. The summer months that should be devoted to agricultural expansion, craft production, or trading expeditions are instead consumed by the endless cycle of fuel preparation required to survive the next winter. The environmental impact of longhouse heating extends far beyond the immediate consumption of forest resources. The settlement at Hiddy B, which houses approximately 200 longhouses of various sizes, consumes roughly 7,000 tons of wood annually for heating purposes alone. This enormous demand has stripped the surrounding forests of mature timber for miles in every direction, forcing fuel-gathering expeditions to travel increasingly long distances to find adequate supplies. The deforestation that results from Norse heating practices creates cascading environmental problems that affect the entire ecosystem. Without mature trees to provide windbreaks, the settlement becomes more vulnerable to the fierce storms that characterize Danish winters. The soil erosion that follows forest clearing reduces agricultural productivity, making the community more dependent on imported food supplies. Most critically, the destruction of local forests forces each generation to travel farther for fuel, making the entire heating system increasingly unsustainable. Archaeological evidence from abandoned Norse settlements throughout Scandinavia tells the story of communities that were forced to relocate when local forest resources became too depleted to support their heating needs. The pattern repeats throughout the region. Initial settlement in areas with abundant timber resources, followed by rapid growth as the community exploits local forests. Then gradual decline as fuel becomes scarce and expensive, finally culminating in abandonment as heating costs become economically unsustainable. The social tensions created by fuel scarcity become apparent as spring arrives and the household begins planning for next winter's heating needs. The young men who must venture farther into the forests to find adequate timber face increased dangers from hostile neighbors who guard their own forest resources jealously. The competition for the best fuel sources creates conflicts between settlements that can escalate into violence when winter survival is at stake. Within the household itself, the enormous labor requirements of fuel preparation create hierarchies and tensions that would not exist if heating were less demanding. The assignment of fuel gathering duties becomes a source of conflict between family members, while the distribution of positions near the central fire reflects social rankings that may not correspond to other measures of status or contribution to household welfare. The gendered aspects of longhouse heating create particular hardships for women, who bear primary responsibility for fire management, while also being more vulnerable to smoke exposure during pregnancy and child rearing. The high rates of infant mortality in Norse settlements can be directly attributed to the respiratory problems caused by smoke exposure during the critical early months of life. Women who spend winters in longhouses experience higher rates of miscarriage and premature birth compared to those in communities with better heating systems. The craftsmen who maintain the longhouse heating infrastructure face their own unique challenges as the technology pushes against the limits of medieval engineering capabilities. Master builder Olaf must work with tools and materials that are barely adequate for the complex structural requirements of buildings, designed to withstand both extreme temperatures and enormous thermal stress. The lack of precision instruments means that critical measurements must be made by eye and experience, leading to structural failures that can prove catastrophic during severe weather. The specialized knowledge required to build and maintain longhouse heating systems represents a form of cultural capital that is essential for Norse survival, but extremely vulnerable to disruption. The master builders, firekeepers, and fuel specialists who possess this knowledge represent irreplaceable resources for their communities. When these specialists die or migrate, entire settlements may lose the ability to maintain adequate heating, forcing relocation or adaptation to inferior heating systems as the spring progresses and the household begins the annual cycle of preparation. For next winter, the question that haunts every Norse settlement becomes increasingly urgent. How long can this system continue? The forests that once seemed inexhaustible show clear signs of depletion. The health costs of smoke exposure accumulate with each passing winter. The economic burden of fuel gathering consumes an increasing proportion of the community's productive capacity, yet alternative heating systems remain distant dreams for most Norse communities. The sophisticated technologies that might reduce fuel consumption or improve air quality require materials, skills, and economic resources that are beyond the reach of settlements that already devote enormous efforts simply to surviving each winter. The knowledge of Roman hypocaust systems has been lost so completely that it might as well have never existed. The chimney technology that will eventually revolutionize European heating remains centuries in the future. For now, for Bjorn Ironside and his household. For the thousands of Norse families scattered across the forests and fjords of Scandinavia, the longhouse heating system represents both salvation and burden. The technology that makes survival possible in one of the world's harshest climates, but at a cost that consumes lives, forests, and futures with the same relentless hunger as the central fires that burn continuously through the endless winter nights. The smoke that rises from the longhouse roof hole carries with it not only the visible evidence of burning wood, but the hopes and fears of a people who have mastered the art of survival in conditions that would defeat less determined societies. Yet it also carries the recognition that this mastery comes at a price that grows higher with each passing winter, a cost measured not only in consumed fuel and damaged lungs, but in the gradual depletion of the natural and human resources that make Norse civilization possible. The spring equinox may mark the end of another heating season, but it also marks the beginning of another cycle of preparation. Another year of gathering fuel and maintaining knowledge. Another step along the path that leads either to improved technologies that might ease the burden of staying warm, or to the eventual exhaustion of the resources that make the current system possible. The longhouse stands as a monument to human ingenuity and determination. But it also stands as a reminder that even the most successful technologies carry within them the seeds of their own limitations, and that the struggle to stay warm is ultimately a struggle to balance human needs against the finite resources of a world that offers survival to those clever and determined enough to earn it, but never guarantees that such survival can continue indefinitely. Brother Francis awakens in his narrow cell at Revo Abbey on the morning of January 12, 1287, to the sound of ice cracking on the stone walls and the distant tolling of the bell that calls the community to lauds, the dawn prayer that begins each day in the Cistercian order. as his bare feet touch the frozen flagstones of his cell floor. He experiences the same shock of cold that has greeted him every winter morning for the past 14 years of his monastic life. Cold so intense that his breath creates clouds. A vapor in the dim light filtering through his cell's single, unglazed window. The monastery of Rievaulx, nestled in the Yorkshire Dales of northern England, represents one of the great achievements of medieval religious architecture. But it also embodies the profound challenges that faced monastic communities. In their struggle to balance spiritual devotion with the practical necessities of survival in unheated stone buildings during the depths of medieval winters. The abbey, founded in 1132 by 12 monks from Clairvaux under the direction of Saint Bernard, houses nearly 150 monks and 200 lay brothers who have chosen lives of poverty, chastity, and obedience, lives that include the acceptance of cold as both a spiritual discipline and an unavoidable consequence of the architectural choices that govern monastic design. The heating philosophy that governs Cistercian monasteries reflects a complex theology that views physical comfort as potentially dangerous to spiritual development, while simultaneously recognizing that extreme cold can prevent the community from fulfilling its religious obligations. The Rule of St. Benedict, which provides the foundation for monastic life throughout medieval Europe, makes no specific provisions for heating. Beyond the recognition that monks must be able to survive the winter months in order to continue their worship and work. This ambiguous guidance has led to a variety of heating solutions throughout the Cistercian order, most of them representing compromises between spiritual ideals and practical necessities. The architectural layout of Rievaulx Abbey demonstrates the sophisticated planning that medieval builders brought to the challenge of housing large religious communities in structures that could provide adequate shelter while maintaining the austere conditions that Cistercian spirituality required. The Abbey Church, which serves as the spiritual heart of the community, stretches 370 feet in length and rises to a height of nearly 100 feet. Creating a vast internal volume that would be impossible to heat using medieval technology, even if the order's rules permitted such luxury. The church remains entirely unheated throughout the winter months, requiring the monks to endure hours of prayer and worship in conditions that often see their breath freezing in the air above their prayer books. The massive stone walls, constructed from local limestone using traditional masonry techniques, act as enormous heat sinks that absorb any warmth generated by human bodies and radiate cold continuously throughout the winter season. The soaring, vaulted ceilings, while architecturally magnificent, create convection currents that draw what little warm air might accumulate at floor level upward into spaces, where it provides no benefit to the worshippers below. The monks' choir, stalls where the community gathers 8 times daily for the canonical hours of prayer, are positioned in the coldest part of the church, deliberately chosen to emphasize the spiritual discipline required by their vocation. Brother Francis, who serves as the community's cantor and leads much of the choral worship, has developed the chronic hoarseness that affects most monks who spend hours daily singing in the frigid air of the Abbey Church. His hands, which must turn the pages of illuminated manuscripts during services, have been damaged by repeated frostbite that makes fine motor movements increasingly difficult. The domestic buildings of the Abbey present their own heating challenges. It's complicated by the need to accommodate the practical activities necessary for monastic life while maintaining the spiritual discipline that governs Cistercian communities. The chapter house, where the monks gathered daily for spiritual instruction and community business, provides the community's first concession to the necessity of heating. A single brazier filled with glowing charcoal provides minimal warmth for the abbot and senior monks, while the majority of the community endures the same cold that characterizes the rest of the abbey. The scriptorium, where monks spend hours daily copying and illuminating manuscripts, requires special heating considerations that balance the preservation of valuable books and writing. materials against the spiritual importance of accepting physical discomfort. The room contains two small braziers that provide just enough heat to prevent ink from freezing and to allow scribes to maintain the fine. Motor control required for detailed penwork. Yet even this minimal heating creates problems, as the temperature variations between the heated and unheated areas of the room cause parchment to expand and contract, leading to cracking and deterioration of finished manuscripts. Brother Thomas, who serves as the Abbey's master illuminator, has developed techniques for working in cold conditions that represent remarkable adaptations to the constraints imposed by medieval heating limitations. He begins each day by warming his hands over the brazier until he can manipulate his brushes with adequate precision, then works in short bursts of activity that allow him to complete detailed work before his hands become too cold to continue. The pigments he uses must be specially prepared to remain workable at low temperatures, requiring adjustments to traditional formulas that sometimes affect the final appearance of his illuminations. The monastery's library, which houses one of the most important collections of religious and scholarly texts in northern England, faces particular challenges related to heating and preservation. Books stored in unheated stone buildings suffer from the moisture problems that plague all medieval structures during winter months. The freeze-thaw cycles that characterize Yorkshire winters cause stone walls to weep moisture that can damage parchment and cause the iron-based inks used in medieval manuscripts to corrode and fade. Brother William, who serves as the Abbey's librarian, has developed elaborate systems for protecting the most valuable manuscripts from cold-related damage. The most precious books are stored in wooden chests lined with wool, providing insulation that moderates temperature fluctuations. During the coldest periods, these chests are moved to the scriptorium, where the minimal heating provides additional protection against extreme temperature variations. The warming house, known in Latin as the calefactorium, represents the Abbey's single concession to the human need for warmth during the winter months. This modest stone building, measuring only 30 feet by 20 feet, contains the community's only substantial heating system, a large stone fireplace that burns continuously from October through March, providing a refuge where monks can warm themselves briefly before returning to their cold cells and unheated workspaces. The design and operation of the warming house reflects the complex balance between spiritual discipline and practical necessity that governs all aspects of Cistercian life. The building is deliberately small, preventing monks from lingering too long in comfortable warmth that might undermine their spiritual discipline. Access to the warming house is strictly regulated by the monastic horarium, with different groups of monks permitted to enter at specific times throughout the day. The duration of visits is limited to prevent any individual from spending excessive time in comfort while his brothers endure the cold. The fireplace that heats the warming house represents a significant technological advancement over the central hearths that characterize most medieval heating systems. Built into the wall of the building, the fireplace includes a primitive chimney that carries smoke away from the interior space while maximizing heat output. This early chimney technology, developed specifically for monastic applications, represents one of the first widespread applications of wall-mounted fireplaces in medieval England. The fuel consumption of the warming house reveals the economic challenges that heating creates even for monastic communities that have embraced poverty as a spiritual discipline. The fireplace consumes approximately 15 tons of seasoned hardwood during each winter season, requiring the labor of dozens of lay brothers who must cut, split, and transport fuel from the Abbey's extensive forest holdings. This enormous fuel requirement competes with other uses for wood, including construction, toolmaking, and the industrial activities that provide income for the monastic community. The forest management practices developed by Cistercian monasteries to support their heating needs represent some of the most sophisticated silviculture techniques in medieval Europe. The lay brothers who manage the Abbey's woodlands have developed rotational cutting systems that ensure sustainable timber harvests, while maximizing the production of the seasoned hardwood required for heating. These forest management techniques, developed primarily to support heating needs, also provide timber for construction and income from wood sales to surrounding communities. Brother John, who supervises the Abbey's forest operations, has calculated that maintaining adequate fuel supplies for the warming house requires the sustainable management of approximately 500 acres of mixed hardwood forest. This represents a substantial portion of the Abbey's landholdings, demonstrating the significant resources that must be devoted to heating even the most modest systems. The lay brothers who work in the forests have developed specialized skills in tree selection, cutting techniques, and wood seasoning that represent valuable knowledge passed down through generations of monastic forest workers. The daily routine of the warming house reflects the careful scheduling that governs all aspects of monastic life. The fire is lit each morning before dawn by the lay brother responsible for fuel management, ensuring that the room is adequately heated by the time the first group of monks arrives after prime, the early morning prayer service. Throughout the day, different groups of monks visit the warming house according to a strict schedule that ensures equitable access while preventing overcrowding the morning period, following the completion of prime and preceding the work period that occupies much of the monastic day, sees the warming house filled with monks who seek brief respite from the bitter cold of their cells and workspaces. The elderly monks, whose bodies are less able to generate heat, receive priority access during this warmest part of the day. The younger monks, who are expected to demonstrate greater physical discipline, are assigned to later periods when the fire may not be burning as intensely. The warming house serves multiple functions beyond simple heating, becoming a crucial social space where the monastic community can gather for brief periods of informal interaction that are otherwise discouraged by the rules governing Cistercian life. The shared experience of warming around the common fire creates bonds between community members that help to maintain morale during the long, difficult months of winter isolation. The conversations that take place in the warming house, while limited by rules that discourage excessive talking, provide opportunities for practical coordination of community activities, sharing of information about sick or struggling community members, and the informal mentoring relationships that help younger monks adapt to the demands of monastic life. The warming house becomes, in effect, the social heart of the monastery during winter months, providing not only physical warmth, but the human connection that helps the community survive the psychological challenges of winter confinement. The medical challenges created by inadequate heating in monastic communities become apparent in the detailed records maintained by Brother Paul, who serves as the Abbey's infirmarian and is responsible for caring for sick and injured community members. The winter months bring a predictable cycle of illnesses directly related to cold exposure, respiratory infections that develop into pneumonia, arthritis that becomes debilitating in elderly monks, and frostbite injuries that affect monks whose duties require extended periods outdoors. The infirmary, one of the few buildings in the Abbey that maintains heating beyond the warming house, contains 2 braziers that provide warmth for seriously ill monks who might not survive in unheated conditions. Yet even this medical heating is strictly limited, available only to monks whose illnesses are judged life-threatening by the infirmarian. The majority of sick monks must recover in their cold cells, relying on additional blankets and warm beverages as their only concessions to comfort. The kitchen complex, which must provide hot meals for the entire community throughout the winter months, presents unique heating challenges that require sophisticated coordination of cooking and warming activities. The kitchen fires necessary for food preparation also provide the only substantial heat source in the domestic areas of the Abbey outside the warming house. The lay brothers who work in the kitchens have developed techniques for maximizing the heating benefits of cooking fires while maintaining the food production necessary to feed 350 people daily. The bakehouse, where bread is produced for the entire Community contains the abbey's largest fire outside the warming house. The massive ovens required for baking bread for hundreds of people generate substantial heat as a byproduct of their primary function. During winter months, the area around the bakehouse becomes an unofficial warming space where monks and lay brothers gather to take advantage of residual heat from bread production. As Brother Francis completes his morning prayers and prepares to begin another day of worship and work in the bitter cold of Rievaulx Abbey, he embodies both the spiritual achievements and the physical challenges that characterize monastic life in medieval England. The heating systems that provide minimal warmth for the community represent remarkable engineering achievements within the constraints of medieval technology and Cistercian spirituality. But they also demonstrate the profound cost physical, economic, and social of attempting to maintain large communities in unheated stone buildings through the harsh winters of northern England. The compromise between spiritual, discipline, and practical necessity that governs monastery heating creates a unique form of medieval technology, neither as sophisticated as Roman hypocaust systems, nor as crude as peasant heating methods, but carefully calibrated to provide the minimum warmth necessary for community survival, while maintaining the austere conditions that Cistercian spirituality requires. The warming house stands as both an achievement of medieval engineering and a symbol of the eternal human struggle to balance idealism with the practical necessities of survival in an unforgiving world. The account books of Rievaulx Abbey for the year 1287, meticulously maintained by Brother Simon the Cellarer, revealed a staggering economic reality that underlies the monastery's heating strategies. During the harshest winter in living memory, as snow continues to fall throughout February and into March, creating drifts that reach the first-floor windows of the Abbey buildings, the true cost of keeping even a single room adequately heated becomes apparent in numbers that would shock even the wealthy secular lords who patronize the monastery. The warming house alone consumes 23 tons of seasoned hardwood during this extended winter season, requiring the labor of 47 lay brothers who work in rotating shifts to cut, split, transport, and stack fuel for the community's only heated space. Each ton of properly seasoned firewood represents the product of approximately 12 mature oak trees, meaning that this single room's heating needs have consumed the equivalent of 276 trees, an entire grove that took decades to reach maturity. The economic value of this timber, if sold at market prices to the surrounding communities desperate for fuel, would equal the annual income from 3 of the Abbey's most productive farms. Brother Simon's careful calculations reveal that the labor costs associated with heating represent nearly 18% of the Abbey's total workforce during winter months. The lay brothers, who might otherwise be engaged in income-producing activities brewing ale for sale, copying manuscripts for wealthy patrons, managing the Abbey's extensive sheep flocks, find themselves devoted instead to the endless cycle of fuel preparation that keeps the warming house fire burning throughout the cold season. The transportation costs prove equally substantial, as the depletion of forests near the Abbey forces fuel-gathering expeditions to venture increasingly far from the monastery grounds. The lay brothers now travel up to 8 miles into the Yorkshire Dales to find adequate stands of mature hardwood, requiring ox-drawn sledges and pack animals that consume significant resources while contributing nothing to the Abbey's productive capacity. The roads that must be maintained to support these fuel-gathering expeditions represent another hidden cost, requiring the labor of skilled workers who might otherwise be engaged in more profitable activities. Master Robert, the Abbey's head forester, has calculated that maintaining adequate fuel supplies for the monastery's modest heating needs requires the sustainable management of nearly 800 acres of mixed woodland, a substantial portion of the Abbey's total land holdings. This forest management operation employs 12 full-time workers and requires substantial investments in tools, equipment, and infrastructure that could otherwise be devoted to agricultural or manufacturing activities that might provide income. For the community, the opportunity costs become even more apparent when Brother Simon compares the Abbey's heating expenses with the income that might be generated by alternative uses of the same resources. The 800 acres devoted to fuel production could support approximately 400 sheep, generating annual wool income equivalent to the entire heating budget. The 47 lay brothers engaged in fuel preparation could produce manuscripts, tend additional livestock, or operate mills and workshops that would contribute substantially to the Abbey's financial stability. The specialized equipment required for fuel preparation represents another significant expense that reflects the technological demands of medieval heating systems. The Abbey maintains 43 axes of various sizes, 22 two-man crosscut saws, dozens of wedges and splitting mauls, and numerous sledges and carts designed specifically for fuel transportation. The maintenance and replacement of these tools requires the services of skilled blacksmiths and carpenters whose wages represent substantial ongoing expenses. The storage infrastructure necessary to maintain adequate fuel supplies adds another layer of cost to the Abbey's heating operations. The massive wood sheds that protect seasoned timber from rain and snow represent substantial construction projects that require skilled craftsmen and significant material investments. These storage buildings, while essential for heating operations, contribute nothing to the Abbey's religious mission or income-generating capacity. But the most sobering aspect of Brother Simon's accounting lies in the calculation of heating costs per person served by the warming house, with 150 monks and 200 lay brothers sharing access to the Abbey's only heated space. The per capita cost of providing even minimal winter warmth equals approximately 1/3 of the annual maintenance cost for each member of the community. This means that heating represents one of the largest single expenses in the Abbey's budget, comparable to food costs and exceeding expenditures for clothing, books, and building maintenance combined. The regional economic impact of monastic heating demands creates competition and conflict that extends far beyond the Abbey walls. The 4 Cistercian monasteries within a day's travel of Rivobiland, Giervaux, Fountains, and Kirkstall compete for the same forest resources that support their heating operations. This competition has driven up wood prices throughout Yorkshire while depleting forest resources that once seemed inexhaustible. The lay communities that depend on these same forests for their own heating and construction needs find themselves competing with wealthy monastic institutions that can afford to pay premium prices for the best fuel. The conflict over forest resources has created tensions between monastic communities and secular authorities that sometimes escalate to violence. The Abbey's records document numerous disputes with local lords who claim exclusive rights to specific forests, and with peasant communities who have traditionally gathered deadfall and branches for their own heating needs. These conflicts require expensive legal proceedings and sometimes result in compensation payments that add to the true cost of monastic heating. The seasonal variations in fuel costs create additional financial pressures that affect the Abbey's overall economic planning. During mild winters, when fuel consumption remains within normal parameters, the Abbey can maintain its heating operations while pursuing other economic activities. During severe winters like the current season, fuel costs escalate dramatically while income from other sources may decline due to weather-related disruptions in agricultural and manufacturing activities. Brother Paul, the Abbey's infirmarian, maintains detailed records of the health costs associated with inadequate heating that reveal another dimension of the economic impact. The winter months bring predictable increases in respiratory illnesses, arthritis complications, and cold-related injuries that require expensive medical treatments and reduce the productive capacity of affected community members. The herbs and medicines required to treat these conditions must often be imported at considerable expense. While sick monks and lay brothers cannot contribute to the community's work, The most tragic cases involve elderly monks whose bodies can no longer adapt to the extreme cold of unheated buildings. Brother Benedict, who served the community faithfully for 43 years before succumbing to pneumonia in his unheated cell, represents the ultimate cost of the abbey's heating limitations. His death, while accepted as part of God's plan, also represents the loss of decades of accumulated knowledge and experience that cannot be easily replaced. The psychological costs of inadequate heating create additional economic impacts that are difficult to quantify but impossible to ignore. The chronic discomfort that affects every member of the community during winter months reduces morale and productivity, while increasing the likelihood that younger monks will abandon their vocations. For more comfortable circumstances, the Abbey's records show that winter months consistently produce higher rates of requests for transfer to monasteries in warmer climates or for dispensation from monastic vows entirely. The recruitment challenges created by the Abbey's heating limitations affect its long-term economic sustainability. Potential novices, aware of the harsh conditions that await them, may choose other monasteries with better heating or decide against monastic life entirely. This reduces the pool of talented individuals available to contribute to the community's intellectual and economic activities, creating a downward spiral that threatens the Abbey's future viability. The industrial activities that provide income for the Abbey suffer significantly from heating limitations that affect both productivity and quality. The scriptorium, where monks produce illuminated manuscripts for wealthy patrons, operates at reduced capacity during winter months when cold temperatures make fine detail work nearly impossible. The quality of winter-produced manuscripts suffers from the effects of cold on pigments and parchment, reducing their market value and damaging the Abbey's reputation as a center of artistic excellence. The Abbey's brewing operations, which provide significant income through sales of ale to surrounding communities, face similar challenges from inadequate heating. The fermentation processes required for brewing are highly temperature sensitive, and the cold conditions that prevail throughout most of the Abbey buildings make it difficult to maintain the consistent temperatures necessary for producing high-quality beverages. The resulting decline in product quality reduces income while increasing waste from failed batches. The wool production that represents one of the Abbey's most important income sources also suffers from heating-related problems. The sheep that provide raw wool require shelter during severe weather, competing with fuel storage for limited covered space. The processing of wool into finished textiles requires heated workspaces where spinners and weavers can maintain the fine motor control necessary for quality production. The limited availability of such heated spaces restricts production capacity and reduces the Abbey's ability to capitalize on favorable market conditions. The Abbey's agricultural operations face heating-related costs that extend beyond simple fuel consumption. The granaries where grain is stored must be heated periodically to prevent spoilage from moisture and frost. The workshops where agricultural tools are maintained and repaired require heating to allow metalworking and woodworking activities to continue during winter months. Even the stables where draft animals are housed require some heating to maintain the health and productivity of valuable livestock. The accounting records maintained by Brother Simon reveal that heating-related expenses have increased by nearly 40% over the past decade, reflecting both the depletion of nearby forest resources and the inflation in fuel costs, caused by increased competition from other institutions. This trend threatens the Abbey's financial stability while making it increasingly difficult to maintain even the minimal heating standards that current operations require. The Regional Economic Survey conducted by the Abbey in 1287 shows that similar increases in heating costs affect secular institutions throughout Yorkshire, creating a broader economic crisis that threatens the stability of the entire region. The castle at Richmond reports fuel costs that have tripled in 5 years, while smaller manor houses have begun abandoning their great halls. during winter months because heating them has become economically impossible. The technological limitations that prevent more efficient heating systems from being developed create a trap from which medieval institutions cannot escape. The knowledge required to build sophisticated heating systems like Roman hypocausts has been lost completely, while new innovations like wall-mounted fireplaces with proper chimneys remain expensive and difficult to construct using available materials and techniques. The Abbey's heating technology represents the best that medieval engineering can provide. Yet it remains woefully inadequate for the community's needs while consuming resources that might, otherwise support a much larger population in greater comfort. The social costs of heating limitations extend beyond the immediate community to affect the abbeys, relationships with surrounding populations. The monastery's enormous consumption of forest resources creates resentment among lay communities, who find their own fuel supplies threatened by monastic demand. The premium prices that the abbey can afford to pay for quality fuel drive up costs for ordinary people, who may be forced to burn inferior materials that produce more smoke and less heat. As Brother Simon completes his annual accounting and contemplates the figures that reveal the true cost of keeping warm in medieval England, he faces a sobering reality that characterizes not only monastic life, but the broader struggle of medieval society against the cold. The warming house that provides essential refuge for the abbey's community represents both an achievement of medieval engineering and a symbol of the enormous resources that must be devoted simply to maintain minimal human comfort in the harsh climate of northern England. The economic calculations that govern heating decisions force medieval institutions to make choices that would be unthinkable in more technologically advanced societies. Whether to provide adequate warmth for a smaller community or minimal heating for a larger one. Whether to invest in heating infrastructure or accept higher rates of illness and death from cold exposure. Whether to devote resources to immediate comfort or long-term sustainability of fuel supplies. These choices, embodied in the careful figures that fill Brother Simon's account books, reflect the broader constraints that shape medieval life and limit human possibilities in ways that extend far beyond simple physical discomfort. The struggle to stay warm consumes resources, limits activities, shapes social relationships, and ultimately determines who can survive and thrive in the challenging environment of medieval Europe. The warming house stands as a testament to human ingenuity and determination, but also as a reminder of the enormous costs that pre-modern societies must pay for even the most basic comforts that modern technology takes for granted. The year 1348 brings to Rievaulx Abbey not only the devastating plague that will reduce England's population by 1/3, but also an unexpected technological revolution that will forever transform the relationship between spiritual devotion and physical comfort in medieval religious communities. As Brother Marcus, the new master builder hired to repair damage from the harsh winter of 1347, surveys the abbey's heating infrastructure, he carries with him knowledge of revolutionary innovations in domestic heating that promise to solve problems that have plagued monastic communities for centuries. Brother Marcus arrives at Rievaulx from the Benedictine monastery of St. Denis near Paris, where he has witnessed the installation of the first wall-mounted fireplaces with stone chimneys. In a major religious institution, these new heating systems, pioneered in the great castles of northern France during the late 13th century, represent a fundamental breakthrough in medieval heating technology that could eliminate the smoke, inefficiency, and enormous fuel consumption that characterize traditional heating methods. The technological principles behind chimney and fireplace systems seem almost miraculous to monks who have spent their entire lives enduring the limitations of central hearths and simple braziers. Instead of allowing smoke to fill interior spaces before escaping through roof holes or windows, the new systems capture combustion gases at their source and channel them safely outside through dedicated stone passages built into the walls themselves. This eliminates indoor air pollution while dramatically improving heating efficiency, allowing smaller amounts of fuel to produce greater warmth in more precisely controlled ways. Brother Marcus's proposal to install wall fireplaces with chimneys throughout the Abbey's key buildings creates intense debate within the monastic community about the spiritual implications of improved heating technology. Abbot Geoffrey, who has led the community for 23 years and survived countless harsh winters in unheated buildings, argues that excessive comfort undermines the spiritual discipline that lies at the heart of Cistercian life. The acceptance of cold, he maintains, represents a form of penance that brings monks closer to understanding the sufferings of Christ and the saints. Yet the practical benefits of the new heating technology prove difficult to dismiss, particularly as the Abbey struggles with the economic and human costs of its existing heating systems. Brother Thomas, who serves as the community's treasurer, presents calculations showing that properly designed chimney systems could reduce fuel consumption by as much as 60% while providing superior heating for multiple rooms. The labor savings alone, reducing the workforce devoted to fuel preparation from 47 lay brothers to fewer than 20, would free up human resources that could be devoted to income-producing activities or expanded religious services. The health arguments for improved heating prove even more compelling as Brother Paul, the infirmarian, documents the toll that inadequate heating takes on the monastic community. The winter of 1347 claimed the lives of 11 elderly monks, while 23 others suffered from respiratory ailments directly attributable to smoke, exposure, and extreme cold. The chronic coughing that affects nearly every member of the community reduces their capacity for choral worship, while the arthritis and joint problems caused by constant cold exposure limit their ability to perform the manual labor that supports the Abbey's economic activities. The theological debate over heating improvements reflects broader tensions within medieval Christianity about the proper relationship between spiritual discipline and physical well-being. Prior William, the Abbey's most respected theologian, argues that God provides human beings with intelligence and creativity specifically to improve their conditions and better serve divine purposes. Excessive suffering from preventable causes, he contends, interferes with spiritual development rather than promoting it, making monks too focused on physical discomfort to achieve the contemplative states necessary for true religious insight. The economic arguments prove equally persuasive as the Abbey faces mounting financial pressures from reduced agricultural productivity, increased competition for forest resources, and the rising costs of maintaining traditional heating systems. The initial investment required for chimney installation is estimated at the equivalent of 3 years' income from the Abbey's most productive farms seems enormous. But Brother Thomas's calculations show that fuel savings and increased productivity would recover these costs within 7 years while providing benefits that would continue indefinitely. The technological challenges of installing chimneys in existing medieval buildings prove more complex than initially anticipated, requiring innovations in construction techniques that push the boundaries of contemporary engineering knowledge. The massive stone walls of the Abbey, built according to 12th century architectural principles, were never designed to accommodate the flue passages that chimney systems require. Creating these passages without compromising structural integrity demands careful analysis of load-bearing elements and sophisticated understanding of stone-cutting techniques. Master Robert of Hexham, the master stonemason hired to oversee the chimney installation, brings to Revo the accumulated knowledge of craftsmen who have been refining chimney technology for nearly a century. His techniques for creating flue passages through existing walls represent remarkable achievements in medieval engineering, using carefully positioned stone removal and replacement to create smooth-walled passages that will draw smoke efficiently, while maintaining the structural integrity of the EQ. The construction process reveals the extraordinary complexity of medieval chimney systems, which require not only the obvious flue passages, but also carefully engineered fireboxes, smoke chambers, and draft controls that optimize combustion while preventing dangerous backdrafts. Each fireplace must be sized precisely for the room it will heat, with opening dimensions, flue cross-sections, and chimney heights calculated to create the proper draw. Characteristics for efficient operation. The first fireplace installation, completed in the warming house as a test of the new technology, produces results that amaze and delight the monastic community. The room that previously required constant attention to maintain adequate heating with traditional braziers now warms quickly and evenly with wall-mounted fireplaces that consume half the fuel while producing twice the heat. Most remarkably, the air in the warming house remains clear and breathable, free from the smoke that has plagued every previous heating system in the Abbey's history. The success of the warming house installation creates enthusiasm for expanding chimney technology throughout the Abbey, but also reveals the enormous scope of work required to transform the monastery's heating infrastructure. Brother Marcus develops plans for installing fireplaces in the scriptorium, library, infirmary, chapter house, and abbot's quarters, a construction project that will require 3 years to complete and consume resources equivalent to building an entirely new monastery. The installation in the scriptorium proves particularly challenging, as the room's function as a center for manuscript production creates special requirements for temperature and humidity control. The new fireplaces must provide adequate warmth for scribes and illuminators while avoiding the temperature fluctuations that can damage parchment and cause inks to flow improperly. Master Robert designs a sophisticated system of multiple small fireplaces that can be operated independently to create optimal conditions for different types of work. Brother Benedict, the Abbey's master illuminator, becomes one of the most enthusiastic supporters of the new heating technology as he experiences the dramatic improvement in working conditions that properly heated workspaces provide. His productivity increases by nearly 50% during the first winter of fireplace operation, while the quality of his illuminations improves substantially due to the steadier hand control that warmth provides. The economic value of this improved productivity helps to justify the substantial investment in heating infrastructure that the library installation presents. Unique challenges related to the preservation of the Abbey's valuable manuscript collection, which includes irreplaceable texts dating back to the monastery's founding. The new heating system must provide stable temperatures that prevent damage from moisture and thermal cycling while avoiding the fire hazards that threaten priceless books and documents. Master Robert develops specialized fireplace designs with additional safety features, including spark arresters and reinforced chimney bases that minimize fire risks. The infirmary fireplaces prove their value immediately, as Brother Paul documents. Dramatic improvements in patient recovery rates and reductions in cold-related illnesses. Sick monks recovering in heated rooms show faster healing times and lower mortality rates, while the improved air quality reduces respiratory complications that have historically been the leading cause of death during winter months. The medical benefits of proper heating provide compelling evidence for the spiritual value of technological improvements that serve human welfare. The installation of fireplaces in the chapter house creates the most dramatic transformation in monastic life, as the daily gatherings of the community for spiritual instruction and administrative business become comfortable experiences rather than ordeals of endurance. The improved conditions encourage longer and more productive discussions of spiritual and practical matters, while the physical comfort allows monks to focus on intellectual and spiritual concerns rather than simply surviving the cold. The economic impact of the heating improvements begins to manifest within the first year of operation as fuel costs drop dramatically, while productivity increases across all areas of Abbey life. The reduced workforce required for fuel preparation frees lay brothers for income-producing activities, while the improved health of the community reduces medical expenses and increases the effective workforce. Available for agricultural and manufacturing. Operations. The regional impact of Revo's heating innovations creates interest and competition among other monastic institutions throughout Yorkshire and beyond. Delegations from Fountains Abbey, Kirkstall Abbey, and even distant communities in Scotland visit Revo to study the new heating technology and consider similar installations in their own buildings. The Abbey's reputation as a center of technological innovation attracts wealthy patrons who provide financial support for continued improvements and expansions. The theological implications of successful heating improvements create ongoing debates within the broader Cistercian order about the proper balance between spiritual discipline and technological advancement. Conservative elements within the order argue that Revo's innovations represent dangerous departures from traditional values, while progressive voices contend that the improvements enable more effective religious life by removing physical obstacles to spiritual development. The documentation of Revo's heating project, carefully recorded by Brother Marcus and preserved in the Abbey's archives, provides a detailed record of the transition from traditional to advanced heating technology that will influence monastic construction throughout medieval Europe. The technical drawings, cost calculations, and performance measurements represent some of the most complete engineering documentation from the medieval period, serving as guides for future installations and improvements. The long-term sustainability of the new heating systems proves to be one of their most important benefits, as the reduced fuel consumption allows the Abbey's forest resources to recover from centuries of overexploitation. The 800 acres previously required to support heating operations can be reduced to fewer than 300 acres, freeing land for agricultural use while ensuring that future generations will have adequate timber, resources for construction and fuel needs. As Brother Francis, now an elderly monk who has witnessed the complete transformation of monastic life at Revo, reflects on the changes that have occurred during his lifetime, he recognizes that the installation of proper heating represents more than a simple technological improvement. The warm, comfortable buildings that now house the monastic community have enabled forms of religious and intellectual life that were impossible in the harsh conditions that previously characterized medieval monasteries. The scriptorium produces more and better manuscripts than ever before, contributing to the preservation and transmission of knowledge that represents one of monasticism's most important functions. The library serves scholars from throughout Europe who come to study in heated rooms where research can continue throughout the winter months. The extended hours of comfortable worship in heated churches allows for more elaborate liturgical celebrations that enhance the spiritual life of the community. Yet the success of Revo's heating innovations also raises profound questions about the nature of spiritual discipline and the role of technology in religious life. The monks who now sleep in heated cells, work in warmed scriptoriums, and worship in comfortable churches live lives of unprecedented physical comfort that would have seemed impossibly luxurious to their predecessors. The question of whether such comfort enhances or undermines spiritual development continues to generate debate among medieval theologians and monastic leaders. The heating revolution that transforms Revo Abbey between 1348 and 1351 represents a turning point, not only in the history of the institution, but in the broader development of medieval technology and society. The successful integration of advanced heating systems into religious life demonstrates that technological progress and spiritual values can coexist and mutually reinforce each other when properly understood and implemented. The warm stones of Revo's heated buildings stand as monuments to human ingenuity and determination, but also as symbols of the ongoing struggle to balance spiritual ideals with practical necessities. The monks who gather around modern fireplaces rather than smoky braziers, who copy manuscripts in heated scriptoriums rather than freezing cells, who worship in comfortable churches rather than Arctic sanctuaries, have discovered that technology can serve spiritual purposes when guided by wisdom and tempered by humility. The endless struggle to keep warm without chimneys has finally ended at Rievaulx Abbey, replaced by the new challenge of using technological advances wisely in service of human flourishing and divine worship. The revolution is complete, but the questions it raises about the proper relationship between comfort and spirituality, between innovation and tradition, between human needs and divine calling, will continue to shape religious communities for centuries to come.